Direct in Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. Now, the John Kincade Show. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Life without Embiid, it can be a scary place. For the 76ers, they're trying to keep their heads above water, tread water, do whatever the terminology you want to do until Joel can come back. But right now, things are a little bit ugly. And the Knicks, a team that has continually wallowed in the East and just not been able to meet any kind of expectations at all, seems like they have found their way a bit, a lot of bold acquisitions and otherwise, and now seem like they're going to be a team that probably firmly will be able to be a top four club. So unless you can beat Doc Rivers out and the Milwaukee Bucks, you're looking at a first-round series where you're trying to just keep from sliding down into that play-in tournament. Last night, a disappointing loss, but some things, Bob, that I guess the Sixers can build upon to move forward. Not all bad news, but, boy, this is going to be a really tough sledding. And you talked about this stretch. This is tough sledding until they can try to stabilize something.
Yeah, I don't care if you're playing the New York Knicks or the New York Bulls or the soccer team. You're not winning many games when your front line of Paul Reed, Batum, and Harris play 67 combined minutes, go a total of 4 for 11 from the floor.
That's impossible.
With 0 free throws attempted, 11 rebounds, and 9 total points. You're starting 3 big men? That's what you combined for in 67 minutes? And, you know, I know Pat probably woke up this morning after the couple of hours of sleep that he had saying, what the hell's going on with Tobias Harris? Totally absent last night. And, you know, Nick Nurse says, yeah, I don't know. There wasn't many shot opportunities for him.
What?
Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow night. You create your own shot opportunities. You can't have that. 67 minutes from your starting 3 big men. 4 for 11, and you don't get to the free throw line, and you combine for 9 points. That's horrible.
And I don't want to hear about first game after the All-Star break either, because I was listening to Tom McGinnis on the broadcast on The Fanatic driving home from happy hour last night. And, boy, it sounded like the Knicks were having a fun game. Seemed like the Knicks were well engaged coming back. They didn't have any problem lighting it up. But, look, they have a full roster. It makes me wonder, though, Pat, if you didn't have Embiid, is this a lottery team? If they
absolutely.
So you don't even hesitate.
Yeah.
This is a lottery team.
Yeah, this is the definition, I think, of a lot. Now, it's not a lottery team in the sense of they're going to do much in the lottery, but yeah, they'll be there. Like, they would have a very, very low percentage, but they would be there.
But they'd be there.
I mean, I truly believe they would. They'd end up losing enough games because they just don't have enough guys that step up at key moments. And yeah, Bob, I did wake up pissed off.
Yeah, I'll look at it a little differently. If Nick Nurse was given this roster and at the beginning of a season and told, all right, go ahead, make something out of this, I think they're better than a lottery team. But he's been given this with now the addition of Kyle Lowry, who they played 25 minutes last night. He's been given this roster that he totally was running the offense through Joel Embiid all year long. That's what the key was. That's what the offense was all about. That's why guys were playing well. And now you take that away midseason and say, here, go ahead and do it. And add in that you have injuries to DeAnthony Melton, to Nick Batum, that you bring in a Kyle Lowry and he's getting 25 minutes.
That was ridiculous.
I
mean, they needed it last night, I guess. But
yeah, I don't know where this team is at all. I really don't. I'm sure Nick Nurse has some kind of a clue. But with everything that I just labeled out, it's really difficult.
I want to be optimistic. I mean, we're Sixers fans. We're the flagship station. You want to be optimistic, but it's damn hard. There aren't a lot of even storylines to me that point to, hey, this is going to be there's reason to have a lot of optimism about what's going on. I'm not feeling it right now. I'm not feeling the optimism. And so I want to ask you where would you point to that benefits this team, even if when Embiid comes back? Not if he comes back, but when he comes back. Like, what about this stretch benefits him? Because when you play like crap, I'm not sure that how much you're learning when you play really garbage basketball.
I
and
really,
that was bad.
Last night was horrible. I haven't seen a lot yet. Yeah, do you want to try to extract something from the team that you say, all right, wow, this got better, this is good, and when Joel Embiid comes back, now adding that. My stuff, or the things that I said was when he got hurt, okay, let's see where Buddy Hield is. Let's see where DeAnthony Melton is. Let's look at these guys and see once he comes back, okay, you might have some firepower off the bench with both Melton and Oubre coming off and Buddy Hield inserted into the starting lineup and all that. I haven't extracted anything, like nothing. Yeah, we knew that Tyrese Maxey was going to have to carry this offensive load. Okay, he's trying to, but that's not enough. They don't get back on defense. They don't play defense. Paul Reed is horrible defensively. And we talked about this last year because we were told it about times at practice where people started clapping when he remembered to play. There was things going on defensively last night with him that if I was a head coach, I'd have sat his ass on the bench and say, unless you learn you're not supposed to double team here, I can't play you. I'm really close to, and this was the subject that I was going to bring up to you 2 weeks ago, John, and I said to you, nah, don't bring it up. You didn't even know what it was. I said, don't bring it up. It's not time. It's time sensitive, and now's not the time. Well, I'm going back to it. Mo Bamba needs to start in front of Paul Reed. Paul Reed is not good enough to be a starter in this league.
Is he starting because of what they're paying him?
No, he's starting because he's familiar here, and Joel Embiid's out, and that was your next progression because he was the backup. Keep him as the backup. I fully think Mo Bamba needs to be in there to give you some defensive presence because Paul Reed gives you absolutely none.
It's bad. I mean, it's a bad situation. But, Pat, again, I don't think anybody will be calling the best show ever today to say, boy, Pat Egan's not giving Tobias a fair shake.
I'm not.
I don't expect that call today.
Look, I mean, in fairness to Tobias, he's only had 5 years here in Philly. So, I mean, jury's still out. No. Jury's not out, dude. You sucked. You weren't good. You weren't. You were once again, I've said it before, you're once again an assassin spectator. I mean, you just show up to get some cardio in. The fact that he added in a night of 7 points, 7?
At that moment when this team needs him.
Okay, all right, well, let's look at it, right? 7 points, but he plays a position that, he can facilitate. He can grab boards. Well, what did he do on that front? Oh, my God, 4 rebounds. Can't forget about that. And 3 big-time assists.
Yeah, that 14 fell under, Pat, by the way. It fell way under his number, which I did bet on the Bet Parks app.
Don't do it anymore.
No, I did, though.
Don't, because you'll lose money. Because if you think he's going to get a combined 25, he's going to get 20. If you think he's going to get a combined 20, he's going to get 15. And if you think he's going to get 15, he's going to have a night like last night where he got 14. I mean, come on. This ain't good enough, bro. Are you serious right now? You're a max freaking player, and you get a combined 14 points, assists, rebounds? That ain't good enough.
No,
I honest to God, turned the game on last night when I got home from happy hour after watching some of it there. First play I saw was him driving the lane and getting his shot blocked.
Well, there were quite a few shot blocks.
And that's what we were talking about yesterday, right?
Man.
I said concentrate on when he takes the ball to the basket, how many times he misses either an inside shot or gets his shot blocked. I swear to God, it's almost 50%.
We're gonna watch now, and we're gonna track it because it's no longer again. You're 1.5 games out of the play-in tournament. You're 1.5 games out of the play-in tournament. You're 2 games out of the 8 seed, and you're fairly comfortable on the 9 and the 10 seed. So you're fairly comfortable that even if you did slip to the play-in tournament, I don't know how bad this thing can get, but it's bad. And the one thing I didn't expect, everything I've read about Nick Nurse, everything I've read in his book, everything I've read and observed is that they look listless. And that bothers me. Because he can't coach effort. He can't tell people, play with urgency, play with supreme effort. Or he can say it and maybe they don't listen. But it's bad.
Not getting back on defense, that's effort.
Yep.
I mean, when – look, Tyrese Maxey took, 27 shots, something like that. You pretty much know where your shots are coming from. So if I know where the shots are coming from, I know when I should start to get back on defense. How they don't do – I mean, it was a layup line last night for the Knicks, especially in the first half. I mean, it was constant miss shot, rebound, layup, miss shot, rebound, layup. Like, how are you not even getting back a little bit on defense? That was a pissed off effort last night. Like where you watch it and you say, I turned it off. I'll be honest. I turned it off in the first half. Went back to it early in the second half. They had a nice third quarter. You knew they weren't coming back. I mean, if you've watched,
but they made a run. At least it looked like they for around NBA, 6-7 minutes. He got the run.
The NBA is a diarrhea game. You're always going to get the runs, and that's just the way it is. You got it, but you knew they weren't going to overcome it. And then, sure enough, down at the end, they get it within like 7 or 8 or something like that, and New York hits wide open threes because they didn't play defense, and there it is.
Kate Scott will join us today at 7:50, and I wonder what she's taking from it. First of all, traveling with the team, being around it, seeing it. Kate will share her thoughts today around 10 of 8, so make sure that you are here for it. A strange turn of affairs, and whether this team can continue to, keep their head above water, we'll see. But it really right now looks like it's a dreadful effort right now.
Well, the good news is, I mean, they've got Cleveland tonight. That's a team that you've beat this month. I'm trying to look at the positives here. Like
Cleveland lost last night also.
Yeah, they had to play it back-to-back. They have to travel. It's
okay.
I mean, look, this team's already won more games in February than I thought they were going to, which was 2. So they have 3 wins. If you add in one more, maybe it's not all doom and gloom because, I mean, you just looked at the February slate, and it was rough sledding without Embiid. They can pull out a win tonight. I'm okay with the month of February in a weird way of winning 4 games because I just didn't expect that at all. I expected 2 games, and I looked at it. Honestly, I said there's a chance they might only win 1.
Well, I don't want you to look at March then. Now yesterday.
I mean, I kind of have to now because you said it.
You can't. Don't.
Well, I got the Hornets to start. That's sexy.
That's nice. But, I mean, you do have games like back-to-back with the Knicks. You got the Mavericks. You got the Bucks. You got the Heat. You got the Suns that are, like, putting something together. You got a West Coast swing with the 2 L.A. teams and Sacramento. This doesn't necessarily get better in any way, shape, or form.
No, it's like we said when he went down. They could very well struggle to make the playoffs.
It's amazing what one player does.
Yeah.
What one player means. When he's that awesome.
Yeah, when you run everything through him and you concentrate your whole team offensively and defensively around him and it's taken out, this is what you get.
Bradford White Water Heaters bring you the 6 o'clock hour, the John Kincade Show. Bradford White is here for the Pro. We thank everybody who came out last night at the PJ's in Maple Shade. Great spot. We appreciate them, and it was nice to be out and about and get a chance to see some people last night. It was a lot of fun. So hopefully you had a good time, too, if you did come out. So there is other things going on around the Eagles. And it seems as if now we got once again, a referendum that surrounds the quarterback. We'll talk about that next. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic Fridays are presented by Pump Man Philly. For 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement, count on Pump Man Philly. The guys to know to fix your flow. I don't know that you can count on Toby. I don't really think you can count on him.
No, he's confirmed that multiple times.
God, I'm really disappointed.
No, but he'll have his one, like, really, really good game where he scores, like, 28 points and has, I don't know, 8 rebounds and 6 assists. And it's like, oh, there you go. The Toby supporters out there are, I feel like they're in a relationship they need to get out of, and they can't admit it. Dude, it's been 5 years of this. It's been 5 years.
I don't understand, though, Pat. And if you want to jump in on this, you can at 610-632-0975. I can't believe that he still has defenders. Like vehement defenders.
Yeah. This isn't a one-off.
That say, man, oh, come on now. You're on the look at those numbers. Like, he's got numbers. And people that I respect, that I think know basketball deeper than I do, think, like, look at his numbers. You don't just find them.
Then they don't watch enough Sixers basketball, because last night is not an anomaly. That's a normal occurrence, I feel like, with him. The absentee nature of, like, he's got that dog in him. We hear about that dog. He's got that dog in him.
Oh, that dog in him, yeah.
Yeah, it's a friggin' poodle. That's the dog he has in him. It's not a Rottweiler, all right? It's not a Doberman Pinscher.
We have a Shih Tzu.
It is a poodle.
Yeah.
That's the dog that Tobias Harris has in him. It's ridiculous. Max player, my ass.
Yeah, I just can't imagine getting up 9 shots. 9 shots when you're the team's second offensive option, pretty much. I mean, Buddy Hield coming in, whatever. You have to overtake that. You have to be a guy that gets the ball and goes. Why aren't you? And for Nick Nurse to come out and say there wasn't shot opportunities?
I didn't understand that at all.
Look, I could have been in my prime of playing basketball. I could have gotten up more than 9 shots in 26 minutes.
You're not an assassin, even, and you're not even an assassin.
Like, no. How do you not get up more than 9 shots?
Oh, it's bad. It is bad. It's a bad story. We talked to Kate at 7:50, and we'll find out if she's got any answers for us. A year ago, all this has been going on since the Eagles collapse. If you remember on this show, I had the white towel. And it was all about Jalen Hurts, and I said, okay, who's going to throw in the towel in the 2021 season on Jalen Hurts? And Pat, you and Jamie at the time threw in the towel. I think Jamie was first.
He was first.
And then you were next.
Correct.
And I like France, sat on the fence.
Well, you're on the right side of history. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I don't think you're on the right side of history when you don't take a stance. No.
Yeah, you are.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're good.
No, I did it because
no one remembers that you don't take a stance. Everybody remembers the guy who threw in the towel.
Oh, that's
an
true.
idiot.
Okay, yeah, that could be the truth.
I mean, Switzerland, they got a lot going for them, man. The watches, the chocolate.
Yeah,
they're all right. The Miss.
So
the Swiss Miss.
I sit on the fence with Jalen Hurts at the time, and by the time the playoffs came around, I did jump all in. So by the time the playoffs came out, I jumped off the fence and said, they're playing Tampa Bay. They made a wild card. I've seen enough. He's made progression. Then that game scared the hell out of me. The 2022 season made me say, John, you're smart, man. You're smart. You were observant. And I'm being honest. I am still all in. I consider myself, my feet are on the ground I'm in on Jalen Hurts, but I have moved right to where I can see the fence. Like right where if I want to jump back on that fence and go, I don't know what I'm thinking about him. I'm concerned by that going into the year because the more I look at it and the more I hear about what went on last year from credible voices, Bob, it concerns me big time about nebulous words that you hate. So I'm not going to use the L word, which you don't like. It worries me that in not only did a coaching staff see things spiraling out of control last year, but personal responsibility, Jalen Hurts saw things spiraling out of control last year, and he didn't fix it. And I'm not just going to blame that on the coaches. I've never seen a coach throw an interception. That like the interception that lost the Jets game. I've never seen a coach do that. So I'm not blaming the coaches on that one. his recklessness with the ball and things like that had me going, did I jump off that fence on him and the evaluation process too early, despite 2022? Because it's a mixed bag. It is a real mixed bag of what we've had to look at 21, 22, 23.
Yeah. You could, look, being all in or saying, yeah, I'm with Jalen Hurts, you're right whether he's good or bad over the next few years. You were right in saying that, yeah, he's the starting quarterback of this team. You know, others said, no, I don't see it. I don't see him being the starting quarterback. Well, he is. And so $250 million tells you, yeah, you were right. They believe it also, that he's the quarterback of the future.
I also believe that was a good decision, though.
Yeah, I do too. Where he is exactly, is he more towards 2022 or 2023? I think that still has to play out. I would lean more towards him being a better quarterback in the league than not being a better quarterback in the league.
And I'm still there.
Yeah, you don't go like 34-7 or whatever his crazy record was over a certain time period without being a good quarterback. Just, is he exceptional? Is he good? Is he below par? Those things are probably still up in the air. And, you know, it's going to take probably a year or two to decide what it is. But there's been proof of him being mediocre, and there's been proof of him being really good. He's probably somewhere in between.
And that is the one thing is that I look at it as, is he a product of the supporting cast? And it sort of brings me to the Embiid argument. Is Tyrese Maxey a product of playing with Joel Embiid? You can't help it. But now that I see Maxey without Embiid, I go, oh, I don't see the flair to be able to step up. Tobias Harris, I don't see the flair to be able to step up the same way that maybe I assumed. And I wonder, how much is Jalen Hurts the chicken or the egg? Is Jalen Hurts a product of what he's surrounded by, or is he more the straw that stirs the drink, Pat? In your mind, like, how much of it is the situation he stepped into, and how much is it he's the straw who stirs the drink?
Oh, man.
Because, I mean, it's I don't know where to put it right now.
You kind of blew my mind. I didn't think about which one we would be. I guess I would lean more towards he's the straw that stirs the drink. I guess.
He has to be.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, those guys, if you're counting A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, they can't be good without a quarterback who's playing well.
Yeah, he's kind of everything.
Like, he has to be the straw that stirs the drink.
Well,
because, yeah, they can be great. They can be running patterns all over the place and be wide open. If you don't have somebody getting them the ball, they're nothing.
And they're built, too, for an aerial attack. You know, the teams that are able to survive with glorified game managers, and I'm talking about like the Ryan Tannehills of the world, were able to do so because you had Derrick Henry. But the Eagles aren't built for that. I mean, they don't even know who their quarterbacks or their running backs going to be next year. So he really is. He's got to be the everything guy. He has to be the straw that stirs the drink. And I'm on the other, like, I'm not on the fence anymore. Like, I admit I was wrong, and I admit defeat, and I'm happy about it, and move on. And I think that we will see Jalen Hurts return to what you saw last year.
I just wonder about
But if he doesn't, huh?
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that then, you know, wide receivers can't be anything without a good quarterback.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you need the quarterback to be able to get him. So I'm of the belief then that maybe Jalen Hurts didn't get enough critique about what went down this year. He escaped. The coaches took the blame. Sirianni took the blame. And Jalen Hurts really dodged the bullet. Because if he's the straw that stirs the drink, it really wasn't good for 2 months of the season. Last 2 months.
No.
It wasn't good.
Do you have the numbers off the top of your head, like what their scoring was, league average? I thought you brought that up before.
Yeah, they plummeted as the season went along. They sort of plummeted off. As far the offense just hit a rut, hit whatever. So if he's the straw that stirs the drink, he's just look. Patrick Mahomes makes chicken salad out of chicken.
I think this year was the best example of that, right? His receiving core was gross.
And he manages to find a way to say, okay, I'm going to get this thing going. The misfires on the offense down the stretch, like just look, the playoff game, the 9 points was as pathetic as it comes. that followed up a 10-point effort against the Giants, where they were still trying to play and trying to win. Yeah, they put up 30 twice against Arizona and the Giants, but they were lucky to escape the Christmas Day Giants game. And the Arizona game was full of miscues. You put 17 up at Seattle. You put 13 up at Dallas. You put 19 up at home against San Francisco. After the 10-1 start, that offense it crapped out. It was terrible. And so, but we blame Brian Johnson. We blame Nick Sirianni. We blame
everybody.
But Jalen didn't get the
sure
majority
he does.
of the. I didn't think he did, though.
Look, how many times did I say, let's get 1,000 people and point your fingers at all 10 of them. All 1,000 people, take all 10 of your fingers and point them at different directions of what was wrong with the Eagles this year, and I'm going to tell all 1,000 of you that you're right. There's nobody past blame. Nobody. How many times have we said this? Okay, take Jake Elliott out and maybe the long snapper. I'll go Lovato. You can go stand in a corner also. The two of you are not getting your fingers pointed at. Everybody else is getting their fingers pointed at, saying you're part of the problem. And that's true. And, okay, maybe some people say Britton Covey. No. Well, he wasn't on the field enough. And why wasn't he on the field enough? Because the defense couldn't make any stops. And defense can't make any stops. The other team's not punting. So, yeah, I'm going to blame him, too. I don't give a crap that he had a really good year. Everybody is right, and nobody is past blame on this Eagles team. Quarterback, running back, receivers, offensive line, coaches, the whole defense, everybody. And that's just how I honestly feel. There is nobody past blame on this team. No one.
It's an ugly. It's an ugly affair, and it just points to the miscommunication, the disconnect, and again, I went back yesterday and listened to when Lane Johnson was on with Dan Patrick at the Super Bowl, and it really was scary to hear that a football team that was 10-1 got beaten. And they never recovered from one loss. And he even says that they showed the league how to attack us, and we never had a counter. That to me is still, it was scarier yesterday watching that, hearing that, than it was when he said it at the Super Bowl, or thinking it as it went along. That one loss broke a team. I cannot remember ever a team getting broken by one loss the way that Eagles team was. And when Lane Johnson says it and puts words to it, I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe it's on. Like, he has no reason to lie. And he owned it. And he owned his part in it, too. He owned the fact that we need to play better. I needed to play better. Our offensive line needed to play better. Our leadership needed to be better. He owned it all. But it scares me to think that one loss can make a 10-1 football team death spiral into that.
Well, it's horrible in that as a coach, something goes bad, your team's in a bad way, whatever. What do you go back to that you can rely on that makes you say, okay, we can straighten this out because we can go to this? If you're the Sixers, it's Joel Embiid. If it's the Phillies, it's the hitting. You know, the Flyers, sure. You have to play a tight game of checking and blocking shots and discipline and all those things because that's how your team is built. You mean to tell me that this coaching staff and the players couldn't say, you know what? All right, we got to get back to the basics of what we are, and let's make sure we get to that, and therefore that'll carry us through a little bit. That nobody could figure that out? That is so damning towards an organization. So damning. And it's why I say, and I swear to God I believe this, they were the worst football team in the NFL over the last 5, 6, 7 weeks of the season. The worst.
So we go right from that, and we've been talking about the Sixers, and it just brings me to when Jalen Hurts looks good, is he a product of the supporting cast? Because I look at it right now. I look at we of course are ripping on Tobias Harris this morning, but I also look at a Tyrese Maxey, who a lot of people are saying ascending, first All-Star game and everything like that. I don't think Tyrese has been the player that I expected him to be in the absence of Joel Embiid.
He had 35 points last night.
No, I get you. There's been those nights. Last night the game was out of control. There was a lot of empty calorie stats last night. A lot of empty calories.
Unless you're like Steph Curry, guards aren't carrying teams in the NBA. And we said that when Embiid got hurt. Yeah, Maxey will put up good numbers and all. he's not capable right now of carrying a team to wins, especially over good opponents like New York, Milwaukee, Boston, probably Cleveland tonight. Like that's not how the NBA is really built. Yeah, it's an outside scoring league, but you're not getting a 6'2", 6'3" guard to carry you to wins when he's not your number one player. No, it's just not. No, it's not happening.
Hey, Joe joins us on the Fanatic. Joe, where are you? No, Joe just left. Joe just left. Hey, Jay, good morning. You're on the Fanatic. Hey, Jay. We have hello, Jay.
It's that phone problem thing.
Don't tell me that's going again.
Might be.
Don't tell me that's again. Got to get with a good get that fixed.
Might not have paid the bill.
It might not have been.
Yeah, might not have paid the bill.
Might not have been. I just
happens sometimes.
I look at that surrounding cast though and just say, wow, I thought this was the deepest Sixers team in a while. But if it doesn't, and when you talk about a deep team, if a deep team loses their best player, they should be able to play credible basketball. Credible. Not be just, I mean, this team has gotten terribly blown out 5 or 6 times in the absence of Embiid. Like, just where, like, unwatchable.
Look, when you lose your best player like that, the words of Marcus Morris when he and I sat down and talked one night just keep ringing in my ears. It's so easy to play on the floor with Joel Embiid. What does that tell you? It makes players better. You know, defenses are concentrating on Joel Embiid, trying to stop Joel Embiid. It makes Tyrese Maxey more open. It makes Tobias Harris more open. It makes things so much easier for everybody else. That's gone now. And like we talked about, what's the whiteboard going to say now in the locker room when you go to an opposing team's locker room that's playing against the 76ers when the first 6 notes of interest were defensively about Joel Embiid and now that's all wiped out? You can have as much fun as you want defensively against the Sixers team. Yes, Tyrese Maxey's going to score points, but that's not something that's going to, like, carry you to wins on a consistent basis in the NBA. I haven't seen it. I don't believe it. Good outside shooting is a necessity in the NBA. It's not with this team. It's not your forefront.
And that is it's just right now I look at, we think we have, you like, Jalen Hurts is paid like a star. He is paid like a superstar. Joel Embiid is a superstar. But Joel Embiid is propping everyone up. Like, if Gardner Minshew had to come in, if another backup quarterback had to come in, could the Eagles without Jalen Hurts be serviceable, Pat? Could they be I think they could be respectable.
I don't know. I mean, Gardner Minshew has mixed results when he was here, but
Right.
the offense is just so different with Jalen Hurts. I mean, their offense is so loaded; they should be respectable. Are they a threat to win a title with any other quarterback? You know, and I'm talking like a mid-level guy. I don't think so. I mean, as I said, they're in an aerial attack. You know, they've loaded up this offense with 2,000-yard wide receivers and a really good tight end. They're not built to run the football too much. When they do, it's kind of plug and play stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if you throw in a mid-level guy, and I'll use Ryan Tannehill again as an example. If all of a sudden you're a true contender for a Super Bowl, so I think it's
Yeah, I'm not talking about necessarily. I'm talking about how bad the Sixers look without Embiid.
yeah.
I don't think that the Eagles would look as bad if a backup quarterback came in. Not Marcus Mariota.
Look, they wouldn't look as bad, but there's more variables in football than basketball. You're talking 5 players on a court compared to 11 on a field, and then offense and defense and stuff. There's more variables. Like you can sneak by a victory with your quarterback playing like crap. It's hard to sneak by a victory when the best player in the world isn't on the court.
Well, if you're going to do the comparisons, you said not Marcus Mariota because we all know your hate for him. But
he's terrible.
Okay, is Paul Reed not a Marcus Mariota?
No, Marcus Mariota was
What?
Marcus Mariota was one of the top 2 picks in the draft.
No,
Marcus
I'm talking
Mariota
about
was
now.
as a talent is completely different than what in his field than what Paul Reed is. Paul Reed was never.
But in your mind, you think Marcus Mariota sucks.
Marcus Mariota has been terrible in his pro career. Yes.
Okay.
He's
How is going to him as your backup quarterback not equivalent to going to Paul Reed? It probably is.
Well, the thing is, the year before you had a guy, and that guy went to the Pro Bowl this year with Indianapolis.
I'm not talking about
no,
Minshew.
but I'm saying is that you can get a competent backup. Is that you have a competent backup in there? I believe the Eagles could survive. Not survive and thrive where you're talking about Super Bowls, but you could absolutely look better than what the Sixers are looking right now. You want to share a thought, you can at 610-632-0975. It seems like if you're looking for happiness, you got to look south, way south, around 1,000 miles. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic.
Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. The John Kincade Show with Bob Cooney and Pat Egan continues. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Do you believe in any superstitions, good luck charms, bad things, Bobby? Or are you just too practical for that?
I would guess there's no shot that Bob believes in that.
It's weird. As a player, I did.
So you did?
Yeah, like winning games or playing well, whatever. It was same socks. It was, this and like I did. I'll be honest. I was that way as a player.
Do you think it was because you were just young and?
Yeah, maybe.
Because you're not that way now. There's nothing you do that's superstitious.
I kind of do. Like Pat will tell you, during the Phillies World Series run, they had an inning where I was sitting at home, I took off my hat, and I laid it next to me I don't know why, I just did it, and the Phillies scored like 4 runs that inning. So then I kept putting it back on when they were playing defense, and I kept taking it off when they were on offense.
Wasn't there something with your remote, too, at one time?
Something where, I think I put my hat over the remote. Yeah.
Yeah, that was working.
Yeah, so he does that
things.
Just keeps my mind occupied.
Pat,
I laugh at it, yeah.
I listened to the same 4 songs as I head to hockey.
Okay.
Towards the end. That's about the extent.
But that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Well,
I'm not good enough. Like, it's really not gonna matter. So but when teams are in the playoffs, like, my mom will write names on pieces of paper and then put the paper in water and put it in the freezer because she saw some internet article about how that was like bad juju. And she fully is convinced it, even though she has 0 titles. So
really,
yeah, it's she's really superstitious. My dad is not at all. My dad's like, I don't have an effect on this. So it's really the yin and the yang of the situation.
Well, futures bets on Aaron Nola should be upped this morning. You might want to get on it before the Bet Parks app or any one of these other apps jumps on it. Aaron Nola has very good luck coming his way this year. My mom used to say it, and her mom said it. If a bird poops on your shoulder or poops on your head, it lands in your head or your shoulder, it's really good luck. Now, that doesn't seem like good luck, but it is supposedly very good luck. If a bird poops on you and it lands your shoulders or your head, that is a good luck. You're heading into good luck. Aaron Nola had that happen. I saw Matt Gelb say yesterday that it was like picture day or something, and a seagull or something crapped on Aaron Nola's shoulder. And I said, that's good news. Aaron Nola, that's good news.
I don't buy into that because when it's stuff like that, when it's stuff that you don't want to have happen, bird poops on you, I go, all right, well, like, who's the most likely person to come up with that spin, that narrative that it's actually a good thing? It's probably the person that got pooped on first.
I would imagine, and then maybe they fell into really good luck. Maybe that's where it began.
I don't know about that.
That a bird
couldn't get worse.
I mean,
that's a good. It could.
Whatever you do next is going to be good.
Yeah, I would imagine. That
there's no way that it can't get worse. It absolutely can get worse, Bobby.
Well,
it can.
The bird in bird superstitions. The most famous of bird superstitions is if you're fortunate enough to get pooped on by a bird, it's actually a sign of good luck. It originated in Russia. It is thought to be good luck as the chances of this happening are actually surprisingly low. So if a bird does happen to deposit onto you, ignore the bad hair day or your clothing errors because you've got some good luck coming your way. So
what you're saying is if you get pooped on, actually just walk around and peacock a little bit.
Aaron Nola did it, baby.
It's a good thing. I mean, it's like, yo, you see this on my head?
It's feeling good.
That's bird bleep.
Well, there's a good thing about it, but as Bob says to us, there may not be good news coming because Rob Thompson is clearly, it appears, tipping his hand. Rob Thompson is who you want to have come to your poker night. If you're having a poker night, invite Rob Thompson over because I'm thinking he can't keep a secret. He's not very good at subterfuge, if you would, Bob, being able to keep a secret because he's sort of telling us what he's going to do.
Well,
doesn't please me.
Yeah, so you start spring training tomorrow.
the games.
and you have Allard is going to be your starting pitcher. So you say, okay, well, they're just throwing stuff out there. That's okay. See who's starting day 2? Aaron Nola.
Are you
not Zach Wheeler?
Are you
Aaron
counting days?
Nola. No, I'm not counting days, but I mean, you're tipping your hand already. That's probably your opening day starter.
Wow.
I made the bet with you guys. I made a $1 bet with Ray Dunn that I said Aaron Nola was not going to be the opening day starter, that I thought it was going to be Zach Wheeler, that they're putting so much emphasis on winning early this year. Well, why wouldn't you have your best pitcher starting the first game if your emphasis is on winning early? But it looks like with Aaron Nola starting the second game of spring training, that is where Rob Thompson is going to go to say, thank you, Aaron Nola, for your services. We want to win early, but we're going to throw your inconsistent ass out there in the first day like we did last year. And maybe even get you a good lead.
Give
like
you a
you did
5-0 lead, yeah.
And then watch it go downhill.
I got to cut you off there because it makes a lot of sense of why he would do that. We talked about the Kyle Schwarber thing with leadoff, and it's like, well, if you're Rob Thompson, and I feel like he's proven this at this point, he is a guy of, this has worked up into this point. I went to the World Series, and I came one win away from going to back-to-back World Series, something that only, Charlie Manuel and a handful of other, maybe one other manager has done in Philly. So I'm not going to change this up. Aaron Nola's my opening day starter. We've had good success with it in the past.
Yeah.
Now I look at it like you do, but he's probably looking at it like, well, look what we did last year when Aaron Nola was our opening day starter. And I don't think he's looking at it like, yeah, but look at what Aaron Nola did as an opening day starter. I think he's looking at it like, well, look at the team as a whole and what they did. But I'm agreeing with you, but I do think that he is until it really, really spirals out of control, he's not going to change stuff.
Now you can see where
the course.
You can see, Pat, you led right into where the two stories combine. The Aaron Nola bird pooping on him. If Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff, we win a game. If Aaron Nola's our opening day starting pitcher, look what our last 2 seasons have led to. The Kyle Schwarber stat, when Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff, we win. Taking into account nothing else that happens. What the pitchers did, what anyone else does in the game. It's just that Kyle Schwarber batted leadoff. Or that Aaron Nola pitched is our opening day starter. Well, we did it before, and look what we did. It's just as random as a bird crapping on you and thinking that has anything to do with you having good luck. That to me is just as random. There's no logic in it. There's nothing to point to in it. It doesn't make sense. The whole Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff, Aaron Nola's got to be a starter because that's what we do in baseball. It's how it is. He's got the tenure. It's so stupid. It surprises me that these are smart people. I'm
contradicting myself here, but it's not stupid. They went to a World Series and they came within a game of going to it again.
It had nothing to do with that. Aaron Nola pitching opening day and blowing a 5-0 lead. The fact that he started opening day had nothing to do with that team making the playoffs. In fact, he was terrible. They gave him a great start to the season. The bats came alive. They're on the road. They go out and give him 5 runs, and he couldn't throw strikes. I mean, they're random events that people try to attribute something to. Going back to statistics class in high school or college, Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff, we win. And then you go, well, what are all the other variables? Have you studied all the other variables?
Well, then you're getting into analytics, and you don't like analytics.
Well, they can't, though, because they can't explain it. It's just a gut instinct. You know what? I like it. Just say you like what you like, and you're not willing to change. That's what it is. Say, I like what I like, and I'm not willing to change. I'm not flexible on it. This is what I want to do, and I'm going to be the same. This is just what I'm going to do. Because that's what he's telling you.
Right. So why does he have to say it? He has told us.
No, but he doesn't tell you. He doesn't tell you why he does things.
He said that he's comfortable in the leadoff spot, and that's why he hits him there.
No, he says Kyle Schwarber is. Right. His thought process is what I need to know about. Explain yourself. Explain the thought process. Because to say that...
going to say that they win a lot of games when Kyle
And that
Schwarber's
makes no
leadoff.
sense. And the next question should be that, well, then it doesn't make any sense because what about all the other variables? Who other... Does the wins that you had when Kyle Schwarber started, does that have anything to do with what Zach Wheeler does.
We talk about keep it simple, stupid an awful lot. Well, if they win a whole bunch of games when this guy's leading off, I got to say, I'm not smart enough to say, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, like, look, that's his biggest argument. They win games when Kyle Schwarber's leading off. They showed it 2 years ago. Last year when they switched it back up, they showed it again. He could probably sit there and say, yeah, I don't have any rhyme or reason for it. And you can talk about Bryce Harper coming back, whatever. All I know is we play .680 baseball when Kyle Schwarber's our leadoff hitter. Why would I change that?
When Zach Wheeler is one of the top 5, Pat, you think fair, top 5 starting pitchers in baseball?
If he's not, he's top
He's right
8.
around there. Yeah, he's right around there. When Zach Wheeler starts a game and Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff, Kyle Schwarber and his 197 is the reason? No.
Well,
I'm more putting it on you got one of the most dominant pitchers in baseball. So those wins, I'm not giving and saying, yeah, it's Kyle Schwarber, baby.
Look, let me play devil's advocate because you guys know that I am big into Aaron Nola should not be starting opening day. But he might be looking at it like, well, Aaron Nola is used to starting opening day.
I don't want to mess with him.
I don't want to mess with Zach Wheeler's success because ever since Zach Wheeler's come here, he's been treated as a number 2. He's performed as a number 1, but he's been treated as a number 2.
He wants to be paid as a number 1, by the way.
And look, and he will be. Like, let's be real.
And he deserves to be.
He's not going to be clipping coupons and going to Groupon.com for entertainment. He's all right, but I don't know if Rob Thompson goes like, do we want to give him that quote unquote pressure? And we saw it with the Jalen Hurts story that came out this week. We don't want to give him undue pressure. Do I think it's ridiculous? Yeah, I do. I think it's stupid. But he might be looking at it like, well, look, having him, and I mean Zach Wheeler, as the number 2 pitcher in our rotation has worked beautifully up until this point. We've seen Aaron Nola have a lot of success at times as a number 1. So, yeah, I'm not going to change that up and possibly ruin, 2 guys by switching Nola to number 2, Wheeler to number 1. It'd be like moving Lane Johnson to left tackle if Jordan Mailata went out. Now you're affecting 2 positions. I think he's looking at it like we can get optimal value out of both these guys by just keeping it as is. I don't agree with it, but I think that's probably Lana's thinking.
Now, there's something on here on YouTube. People are talking about Aaron Nola has a baby coming, apparently. So they're trying to set up his schedule so he doesn't miss a start for when the baby comes. Maybe it's due in spring training. I don't know.
Yeah, and there could be an inducement coming with that. That could very well be. I remember Pat, do you remember opening day we talked about last year, the 5-0? Do you remember Aaron Nola on opening day of 2022?
I don't think it was very good.
Phillies gave him a 5-0 lead in that one, too. And then it was 5-1. Then it was 5-5. 6-5, by the way. I mean, they went out and did the same thing. He went out and putzed away a 5-0 lead on opening day. He doesn't handle the pressure of opening day well. They've given him 5 runs the last 2 years on opening day. It's just strange. It's just, I'm doing it because this is the way we've always done it. That is, any business that fails, that is always the mantra.
Well, if the business is successful, it's hard to argue with it.
Well, I think the last
They're the only, are they not the only team to do what they've done over the last couple of years? Get to a World Series and then get within 1 game of a World Series? I'm not.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, the way these seasons ended, I don't really, but I'm not saying.
If you don't win a championship, I'm not happy either.
No, but the way they ended, both of them, you had control of both of those series, and you gagged them away.
I mean, sadly, I'm kind of used to it as a Philly sports fan at this point. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Crumble cookie? Did you really have to do that, Pat?
I did, yes. That was a Tobias Harris reference. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Man. 7 a.m. hours brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app. We appreciate you checking in on that Bet Parks app every time you get in on it. And obviously, they're the official winning partner of your Philadelphia 76ers. And, yes, somebody was stupid enough to bet the over on Tobias Harris combined numbers last night. I said he's going to.
We don't know how to help you anymore, John.
I'm thinking that it's coming. I'm like, okay, it's coming. Well, the one good thing is that some of the maxi numbers have hit quite often, so you can cash in on those. But that Knicks team, Bob, I don't want to see them in the postseason. Embiid or not, I don't want to see them in a postseason series.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're tough to deal with. They play smart basketball. They have smart players, Villanova players. Jalen Brunson is just crafty, good, smart. And they're missing some guys. They're still missing OG. They're a team to be reckoned with. Yeah, they are. They're one of those teams like, I don't like them. I hate playing against left-handed point guards. And Jalen Brunson is the epitome of what I hate about it. So
you think Dallas is wonder? I mean, now obviously they love everything they've got in Luka. I mean, he's freaking spectacular. But Jalen Brunson, man. I mean, I don't know anybody saw this coming. What he's become.
No, I mean, he was a second-round draft pick. He was picked 33rd overall in the draft. He's an all-star. He's one of the better players in the league now. No, nobody saw this coming. And certainly, him talking about Dallas not offering him a contract, they didn't see it coming. Now, they kind of have a decent point guard in Kyrie Irving
I think
themselves.
they're safe, with Kyrie.
His catapulting to where he is now in the NBA, sure, it's surprising. Absolutely, especially for a second-round pick.
Those Villanova guys. Pat, I know we hate to do it, but I got to tip my hat because it's obvious what Jay Wright does in player development. It seems to have worked. It seems to have worked for a lot of guys, and many of them performing better at the NBA level than their projection was at the NBA level.
Oh, yeah.
I mean
DiVincenzo is legitimate scorer for them now. Josh Hart started last night, but he's going to be a bench player for them. He's legitimate a full year under this team or whatever, a legitimate six-man of the year contender probably. They do. Those Villanova guys going to the NBA, and they know what they're doing.
He obviously, whatever coaching they were getting, training they were getting, Pat, it works no matter how much we don't want to admit it.
He was a good coach.
Yeah, he really did.
And it's the natural.
That's all we don't need to say anymore.
It's kind of the natural progression of what Jay Wright's plan was. And I told you guys the story when I sat down with him to do a story on Josh Hart, and we spent a couple of days together, that he said he totally changed the way he recruited players. He didn't recruit players that were going to the NBA then. He recruited players that he thought if he had them for a couple of years could become NBA players. That's a big difference, and that's what Jay Wright and his staff did. And Josh Hart, great example. Jalen Brunson, great example. Dante DiVincenzo, great example. They did it perfectly. And you see these guys still getting better now.
I know Jay is doing the part-time, college basketball stuff. I wonder if you could get him. A lot of scouts are part-time employees in pro sports. I wonder if an organization would say to Jay Wright, he obviously can look at an 18-year-old and see a skill set and say, with the proper training and everything, this guy can be coached up and everything. But I wonder, is it him eyeballing a player and saying, with my training, with my skill set?
Yeah, probably.
You think that's what it is?
Because it's the Villanova way, right?
So a team would have to be doing it his way, because I don't see him coaching in the NBA. No. I just don't see that
Jay Wright's going to do whatever he wants.
Right, and he should.
He's lucky. He's got that, yeah.
And he should.
He has that luxury.
But, I mean, I wonder if it's him looking, if an NBA team would say, man, hey, Jay, would you like to come on and, help us evaluate talent? Help us, with it getting ready for the draft. But is it he identifies a guy and says, in the Villanova way, my training would get this guy to the next level, whereas you turn them over to a coach and maybe that coach's plan isn't going to be able to do the same.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of confidence in himself and his staff that he could turn those guys into NBA players.
And there was a lot of cheering last night. A lot of New Yorkers invading the Wells Fargo Center last night. Pat, we saw it last year with Boston fans at the Flyers at the end of the year, remember?
Yeah.
One game.
The Knicks, when they're good, man, the fan base travels well. It's kind of always been like that. I don't know what to tell you. The reality is a lot of Sixer season ticket holders have checked out, I feel like.
During this stretch.
Yeah, it's like, here we go again. I mean, and you look at the roster that they're throwing out, and you look at what the Knicks did at the deadline. Like, I know Daryl Morey said, he feels like he got the best player in the deadline, and Buddy Hield. Okay, but like the Knicks added like 5 really good players. I'll tell you, like I was a season ticket. I didn't want to go down last night. I'm good. I'm all right. I didn't see my team get hammered.
We also had happy hour. I mean,
yeah, we did. But like,
honest.
If I didn't have happy hour, I don't really need to go see Jalen Brunson tear up my team. I'm all right. I don't need to sit in traffic on a work night. No, I'm good.
I'm just looking at the just the stretch you've been in for relatively a month. Manhandled by the Pacers. After you're beaten by the Nuggets. blown out by the Trailblazers, blown out by the Warriors, blown out by the Nets at home, blown out by Dallas, blown out by the Warriors on the at home, beaten by the Hawks. I mean, it's been a bad month. That Cleveland game is the only one that's in any kind of sort of where you say, okay, there's a little bit of a bright spot. It's been a really bad stretch. Can they pull themselves out of it? Hopefully.
They're 3-10 in their last 13. So yeah, that's not good. Not good at all. If they keep going like this, and Embiid doesn't, isn't coming back for a while, I still think they're going to struggle to make the playoffs.
I don't know what's happening with this player, but he's just got to make it stop. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers lose. I'm Pat Egan. This
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Appreciate you hanging out with us. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic and Fanatic Fridays are presented by Pump Man Philly.
Pump.
For 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement, count on Pump Man Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow. Kate Scott joins us at 7:50. That uneventful pump, Pat, Tobias Harris is to blame?
Absolutely. Yeah. If you're feeling groggy this morning, Tobias Harris's fault.
Coffee isn't hitting right?
Yeah. If you forgot your coffee on the counter, you can blame Tobias Harris. He's consuming your thoughts.
Did you do that, Bob?
I did. I never do that. I was ticked off. I was like,
You've done that. You did it last month too. A few weeks back, you forgot it too.
Made my coffee, everything, have it in my thermos. Go to grab it this morning on the drive in. It's not there. I left it on the counter.
So you go and you make your coffee as soon as you wake up.
I
So
get my
as soon as you wake
shower,
up,
get
right?
changed and everything, and then I go make my coffee, and then I leave. Yeah.
And you do this stealthily that nobody else wakes up or anything. You're very
I'm
quiet.
I'm very quiet. Yes.
It's like a.
Unlike my wife, who is a freaking tornado when she wakes up before me. I swear
Donna
to
is a
God.
saint.
Bob's
That
like
woman is a
ninja.
saint.
She is a saint, I think. That's what I'm sort of leaning towards too. But
Yeah. Oh, no question.
that'd be what my vote would be. I need this athlete to stop it. I had to check yesterday on the whole A.J. Brown thing. Hey, A.J., in order for your Twitter account not to be yours, it has to be 31 calendar days where it wasn't yours. So if you delete your Twitter account, 31 days later, someone else can go on and create your Twitter account and take your old handle. So, Pat, be careful with that. Someone could take your account if you ever delete it.
You can have it.
Someone could take your account. What do you say? Cesspool is your word?
Oh, yeah,
So-
Twitter's a cesspool.
And so you have 31 days that someone could use it. This whole nonsense of it's my account, it isn't my account, it's my account, it isn't my account. I was hacked, but then you can go right to Twitter. It's really, they've streamlined the process. If someone hacks your account, they will at least be able to shut it down for you, to be able to lock everyone out of the account until they solve the issue. So it's absolute nonsense to keep on with this. Well, it's my account, his account. I think AJ's got a real problem. And it's not on the football field, because on the football field, he's absolutely freaking magnificent. But I think he's got a real problem with this. That this obsession with social media and what people are saying and what responding to people and, oh, it's my account. No, it isn't. It is my account. Oh, it's been hacked. Oh, it hasn't been. And then liking what is said on the account that reportedly is hacked. I swear to you, this seems to me like a teenager's cry for help, not a grown man around a situation. And I looked at Mike Sealski's piece again yesterday. He talks about how social media is bad for him. It's something that causes him to. It's caused him back from his day long ago, not before he ever entered this town, that it's been bad for him, and it continues. And yesterday was more of it. And I just don't know what's going on. And I can't figure it out. I can't figure out if he has anybody in his life that will say to him, hey, you gotta stop. Stop with this stuff. Or just walk away from it completely. It can't be that hard to not pick up social media. It can't be that hard.
Go to a 25-year-old in any way of life and tell them to stop social media? I think it's probably hard. These kids they're addicted. I mean, they're addicted.
Well, it's obvious he's addicted.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
absolutely
I wouldn't say that my kids aren't. I mean, my kids are on their phones all the time. I mean, probably mostly everybody out there that's listening now that either has kids or you are a kid of 25, 30 years old. I bet you're on your phone all the time. You call it addiction, call it what you will. He's probably more towards the norm of a 25-year-old than he's not.
But are
It's
you doing
just
it
that
at
he's
work?
such a
About
high
work?
profile.
Yeah, I mean,
such a high profile guy and stuff like that. That it's his subject to social mediaize about is more common than or more out there than my 25-year-old.
And the idea, though, that you're bringing your work into it is crazy to me. Or if you don't just have an account disabled, just have it disabled. If you're saying, because you try to say, oh, it's not my account. Look, A.J. Brown, again, I cannot get past this. I think it is completely false that he's been the subject of ridicule and abuse and everything like that. A.J. Brown is beloved. I think he's one of the most beloved Eagles. I think he's one of the most celebrated Eagles. Go down there on any Sunday, and you're going to see as many A.J. Brown jerseys as you see anything out there. The fan base has totally gravitated to him. And he's been, again, magnificent on the field. I don't know why he can't put this part, or at least get a handle on it, because it's adding to the drama that then seems to be pointed towards, you guys are creating this drama. And, Pat, you're closer to the age. I don't get it. I really don't understand it, because it seems like it's something, and as he's spoken on publicly numerous times, it's something that brings stress and sort of angst into his life.
I just think too many times athletes and just people in general, especially in the younger demo, they don't realize that a lot of people are going to see what you're writing. And it's not like you can sneak it in at 2 o'clock in the morning. Screenshots last forever. I do think there's an addiction process. I do think there is a wanting to clear the air when things are getting said about you. You want to, right or wrong or
and
whatnot.
Anybody would, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
my suggestion would be get a dog. They're the best therapists because they just listen. Like, I'm honest to God, dude, just write out your tweet and then immediately delete it. Like, you don't have to click send. But I can't really criticize him too much because my screen time is way too much. But you probably, when you're a pro athlete, should just kind of chill with that because it's not going to be a good look for you.
Well, why tweet stuff and then be like, well, it's not me, and then like it, and then be like, well, I didn't, my account's hacked. They've simplified the process of being able to, if your account, they can disable your account and it can be done fairly quickly.
Yeah, the account hack thing is just it's the go-to. Like once you realize crap has hit the fan, you just go, oh, my account's hacked. And he's such a big profile guy that it's believable that his account would be hacked. So, you're gonna sway some people's opinion on that, and they go, oh, okay, well, hey, his account was hacked. I mean, yeah, of course. Look, everybody's hacked.
Is there a chance it was?
There's a chance. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Well,
There's a chance that somebody.
yeah.
And then he let it be for 2 weeks.
There's a chance that somebody figured out his password, went in, and tweeted whatever. But normally, I feel like when an account is hacked, it's so obviously hacked.
Yes.
That a lot of times they're not tweeting that. It's a very obvious hack job. So
it was 2.5 weeks since being claimed to being hacked, and then that's not me. No, it's still your account. Nobody else could have gotten out of his account, and more importantly, it literally takes one phone call or an email that they followed up that takes care of disabling the account until you can prove your identity and get it back.
Look, I've seen people leave their accounts open here in this office, and people go in and do things that maybe they shouldn't do. So maybe he just left his account open somewhere at some point.
That's cool.
It
just keeps happening to him. He's the unluckiest guy in the world.
Maybe
there was a guy here that kept forgetting to log out of certain things and would continuously get.
Okay, now you're just being contrary.
Next thing you know,
now you're just being contrary.
A tweet goes out that says he loves a peanut butter and onion bagel, and then the internet explodes. Like,
that's right.
Sometimes that stuff happens.
It's reaching out for engagement.
Eventually, Jamie learned.
Is what you're telling me. It is a reach out for engagement. He's finding his way to engage. I honestly feel bad for him because I love watching him play. I hope he's an Eagle. I hope he retires an Eagle. I hope he continues to lead them to big wins. I hope he continues to put up record-setting numbers for this franchise. And if in any way he's feeling like he's under ridicule in this town, for God's sakes, I have seen the hundreds and hundreds of athletes that have received critique in this town, and some of them great. Have a talk with great players in this town that are on his level as far as the kind of player he is, that were treated like crap. I mean, and I don't find it. No one can point it out to me where, yeah, the fans are really getting on A.J. Brown. What? I think the fans in this town love A.J. Brown. And hopefully he's going to be a big part of what they do down the line. And that's one of the things, Pat, as we switch to a offensive side of the ball, you got a new man in charge in Kellen Moore. And Kellen Moore's job is to get everyone on the offensive side of the ball to start to thrive. Question is, who's it going to be, right?
Yeah, so I did see the other day about Vic Fangio, but is there anybody on the offensive side of the ball that you think is really going to benefit from Kellen Moore? And I'm not taking any names out of this. Is there anybody that you go like, man, they can take a giant leap forward because they have Kellen Moore as their OC?
Dallas Goedert. To me, Pat, it's two words. Dallas Goedert is going to have. I don't believe Dallas Goedert is going to be an afterthought in this offense. And I do not believe that Dallas Goedert is going to go long stretches where he's not productive, like big-time productive. I think we're going to see Dallas Goedert have potentially his best year ever as a Philadelphia Eagle.
That would be good. I'm going to say everybody's going to take a step up this year. I think it's just refreshing. It's new. It's probably better. You have the tools all there, so there's not much that has to be, like, overhauled. I just think a fresh beginning is exactly what this team needs.
Are you talking about, like, a fresh look at, like, somebody just looking at it?
Yeah, just everything, different play calls, different anything, and just be like, oh, okay, here we go. Wow. Because you have the talent there. You have the Devontae Smiths, the A.J. Browns, the Dallas Goedert, the Jalen Hurts, probably a decent running back, whoever that may be. I'm hoping it's DeAndre Swift.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a step up from everybody, Pat. I really do. If I had to go one, Goddard's a good one. If they bring DeAndre Swift back, I'll even be specific. I'll say him in the passing game.
Okay. Mine was clear-cut, Devontae Smith. I think with the amount of motion that Kellen Moore uses, and you saw what motion did for Devontae Smith at Alabama, I think you were going to see Devontae Smith take a meteoric rise under Kellen Moore. Third-year wide receiver, going in, finally getting back to what he was really, really good at. And it's incredible because you look at Devontae Smith's numbers, you look at what he's done, and there's not like anyone's out there saying, like, man, he's been a disappointment, man, this was a down year, or anything like that. So it speaks to the player he is, that you took out one of his biggest assets, and that's going in motion, and he was still very productive. So you add motion back in, I think he is going to kind of be what, John, you thought he was going to be this year. Like, basically be the really the 1B of A.J. Brown, or maybe even a 1A on this team.
Sure.
I think he is going to take a giant step up with Kellen Moore.
He look, it's the passing game in Kellen Moore's career as an offensive coordinator is dynamic. And that's what everybody wants, to see a dynamic passing performance, and you're going to need, and you took Jalen Hurts out of the argument. We weren't allowed to select Jalen Hurts. He's one of the guys, too, that they're going to need to, I guess, he needs to work with, too. Hopefully Tom House is in the mix for that. Because after leading into the 2022 season, Jalen spent a ton of time with Tom House. Heading into the 2023 season, Jalen didn't spend a lot of time with Tom House. You need to, the investment in that coaching, that quarterback guru might be something that could help him.
Yeah, it's like anything else. What led you to have that great year in 2022? Whatever it was, do that again. Like do all those things all over again.
It's so obvious that when you say it.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's really not.
Steve joins us. Good morning, Steve. You're on the Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing, John?
Good, Stevie.
I basically have two analogies on the team, the Sixers and the Eagles. First of all, the Sixers with Embiid, they're basically with Embiid in the lineup. They're basically like Embiid is like the sun, right? The universe, the solar system goes without him. Goes with him. He gives life to every player, all the other planets. And without Embiid, it's like a black hole. It's like all the offense just sucked away, and like it's nothing, right?
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and as far as your question with Jalen Hurts, I think you're basically asking, is he more towards being Patrick Mahomes or is he more towards being Brock Purdy? I would say he's more Patrick Mahomes.
Okay. Tell me why. And by the way, Purdy is Purdy has shown more consistency than Jalen.
True, but the thought on him throughout the whole season and a little bit is, the team around him makes him better than him running the team. That's been the outlook on. Now, he did play good in the playoffs. Now, as far as why Jalen Hurts is more towards Patrick Mahomes, I guess I'm basically going by not recency bias, but last year bias. The 2022 Jalen Hurts, I think he played well. I think he carried the team and he made plays. So that's my answer.
All right, I tell you, I'm absolutely still. I would consider myself all in on Jalen Hurts, but when you've got a guy coming in here like Kellen Moore, if it doesn't work this year, then I'm gonna really, one thing he can do, he can create a passing game that's going to be dynamic, and I'm expecting to see that, and I'm not expecting anything less than dynamic, nothing less than their passing attack is one of the tops in the NFL, top handful of teams in the NFL, and it should be.
Yeah, the caller, who's he more towards, Patrick Mahomes or Brock Purdy? Is he as good as either one of those guys?
I think he's as good as Brock Purdy.
Well, then you would have to say he's more towards Brock Purdy.
No, that's where I went.
Yeah.
I'm not putting anybody in the Patrick Mahomes comparison.
No.
I mean, there's nothing to me that says.
You could make a point that both of those are better than him. So who's closer to him is the guy that's not the greatest right now, and which is Patrick Mahomes. So you'd have to put him more towards Brock Purdy. This is a real telling year. We talked about, the year after they went 9-7. All right, we're going to find out who Jalen Hurts is this year. And he was phenomenal in 2022. I really have come down to the realization that's probably not him. I don't think last year was him either. I think there is somewhere in between that when all is said and done, that's who Jalen Hurts is.
And if you were to say, if that is the parameter of that discussion, he's closer to 2022 than 23 in my mind. I think he will end up being closer to the 2022 version than the 2023 version.
Okay.
Because it all fell apart last year. Whatever happened, it fell apart.
It all went right in 2022.
It did. And whether it's pressure, whether he didn't deal with pressure right, I mean, I can't believe that the Chargers, with a porous offensive line and not the surrounding cast, had a better passing game than the Eagles last year. Like, I can't imagine.
You can't imagine? Say that again? You can't imagine?
That the Chargers, with Kellen Moore, had a better passing attack than the Eagles had last year. When you look at their offensive line, Herbert's never had, even though I'm tired of the Herbert hype till I see it materialize, and maybe it will under Harbaugh. And Harbaugh will actually address the offensive line. With all the advantages Hurts had, I can't believe the Eagles' passing attack was behind the L.A. Chargers. And it makes no sense to me. Lewis joins us on The Fanatic. Lewis, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. A couple things. Well, with the Eagles, with Hurts, I'm just going to give him this year. I want to see him with a more experienced offensive coordinator, and like I said, with a young quarterback, he's not had really the kind of stability that you need to grow. People talk about Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes says that he couldn't read a defense when he first came in the league. He could not. And, he had.
That's why he had to sit, by the way, and that was sort of written and said.
Yes, but through the tutelage of a great coach, Andy Reid, and great offensive minds, he grew, and look what he is right now. And like I said, with Nick Sirianni, I'm sorry. We talk about hiring him may be to the detriment of Hurts, because if Kellen Moore has a great season, he's out. He's going to be somewhere coaching somewhere. Well, he might be coaching here, but the bottom line is that when you don't have that coach and he coaches the offensive side of the ball, you don't have that kind of consistency, and you're going to keep going from coordinator to coordinator. I mean, it's kind of tough for young players to keep grasping different offenses every year, and they want stability. The one thing about with great coaches and great quarterbacks, they normally stay with each other and they grow and they stay. That's why you have that stability. So I'm just I'm concerned about that. Sixers, listen, I know everybody, well, Doc Rivers, that man is just on another planet. But the one thing I have to say is, though, last year the Sixers were 11-5 without Embiid last year. And the Sixers this year under Nick Nurse look horrible without Embiid.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's fact.
That was true. They managed to survive better without Joel Embiid last year. They had James Harden, though. So you had the second guy that was to step up and try to help the team was James Harden. So a little bit easier to maybe do that.
Yeah, you had Harden and Maxey.
Right.
Those two are probably outweighing Maxey and Buddy Hield. So yeah, there's offness to this team. Now look, Doc Rivers here, he was a guard-heavy coach, and players have talked about it. J.J. Redick went on about it, about how his offense is really hard on the guards and it's guard-driven. Nick Nurse's is not. Nick Nurse's was driven through Joel Embiid. You took that out. You have to reset, recalibrate. You have to redo everything. It was probably easier for a guard-driven offense to be able to sustain itself a little bit without Joel Embiid. This one, no. Everything went through Joel Embiid, and we talked about it as it was happening, and now that's gone. There's just a disconnect, a unfamiliarity, a something off with this team right now without Joel Embiid. It sounds easy to say, but when I explain it in that way, I think it explains it a little bit better. Like they were running everything through Joel Embiid. He's gone.
So was that a mistake?
No.
No, because he was having the best year of his career.
Yeah, and the team was playing really, really well.
But it becomes when you have the inevitable Joel Embiid injury, missing time, they're not prepared for it.
Well, I'm not making my team its best with the idea of, well, he could
if the
get
guy
hurt.
goes down, right?
No, I think what Nick Nurse was doing was pretty cool and was right.
He had Joel Embiid looking the best of his entire career, and that's coming off an MVP season.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's amazing.
How many times did we say it on here? I think Joel Embiid was playing better this year, far better this year than he was last year.
We'll be talking to Kate Scott, Sixers broadcaster, coming up. She'll have some answers for us and opinions on what's going on. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic. Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. The John Kincade Show with Bob Cooney and Pat Egan continues. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I think it's one of the hardest things to do, and I'm glad I have only done it a few times in my career. Play-by-play is not easy. And play-by-play when a team's sort of behind the eight ball, Bob, you better find your positivity, find your angles, and be somehow able to tell the story. It's not always easy. Kate Scott from NBC Sports Philadelphia joins us here at 97.5 The Fanatic. Kate, it's, when a team is facing the adversity that the Sixers are right now, I'm more interested in knowing, from what you observe on a daily basis, how do they overcome it?
Yeah. And
good morning to you.
And why did I agree to talk to you the morning after a game like that?
You take the good with the bad, Kate.
That's really the challenge. That's really the challenge, guys. I loved John's intro. Man, it's got to be tough to do play-by-play like this. I'm like, no, but who was the idiot who agreed to talk to these guys this morning? And Kate raises her hand.
Yes, there she was.
But I think the third quarter last night encapsulated what is keeping me excited and invested in these guys. Why, even though you guys know at this point that I am a positive person 99% of the time, why I still truly have faith in these guys getting where they need to go until Joel comes back. Because, I mean, they were down 26 points last night, and somehow I did not expect them to. They cut the lead to 6, and then as we all saw, they just ran out of gas. So yeah, I mean, at times it can be difficult just because you rip off so many wins. You're on such a high at the start of the season, and then things fall apart so quickly because of injuries and health. But that fight is still there. And, I mean, I know we'll get to this, but how great was it to see Kyle Lowry being Kyle Lowry in a Sixers uniform last night? Man.
And that was the question I was going to go right to you, Kate. So he goes 25 minutes last night. That kind of surprised me. When we talked to Nick Nurse before Lowry was able to take the court, he did allude to minutes being there. What do you think are the long-term plans for this team with Kyle Lowry?
Well, I was very pleasantly surprised, to say the least, as I'm sure a lot of you were as well. I mean, Kyle hasn't played in a while, and we know this is not year 1 or 2 out of Villanova. This is year 18 for the Champion League. And the way he so calmly and confidently ran this team that he's been around for a day, the way that he was able to get buckets when they needed him to get buckets, I'm intrigued to see how quickly he gets into the starting lineup and if that will be a thing, because I enjoyed the way he was able to free up Tyrese a little bit when they played side by side in the second half last night. And then also what we were just talking about, I know it at times can be an overrated or overvalued thing in sports, and that's just fight and desire. And you heard it from Kyle after the game last night, just saying, yeah, it was awesome. The standing ovation was incredible. I was happy with how I performed as an individual after getting cracked in the face and having to get stitches, but I'm here to win. That is why I came back to Philly, to reunite with Nick, to help Tyrese get better, and to help this franchise go further than it has in a long time. And that fight, again, is going to be a really tough next month or whatever it may be until we all hope the MVP comes back. But the fact that we've now got this guy who was already you may have heard Tyrese say after the game last night. He's like, we were going to run one play, and Kyle Lowry in his first game was like, no, we're running this play. We're getting the ball to Tyrese, and he's going to score. And that was exactly what happened. But again, to have that confidence in yourself, and because of his familiarity with the coaching staff, and because of the respect that he has of everyone in the locker room, because they see his resume, they know who this guy is, that's going to be extremely important when it comes to that fight and helping these guys pick off games when they can. I mean, but they came back and they had a chance last night. They just ran out of steam. So let's see. Cavs on the second half of a back-to-back tonight. I'm sure they got in here quite late last night from Florida, so going to be another dogfight here tonight.
So the 76ers play-by-play voice, Kate Scott from NBC Sports Philadelphia, joining us here. Kate, the one thing I'm looking at is that, and it was brought up by a caller earlier, when Joel Embiid was out before Nick Nurse's system arrived, the Sixers actually played well, or were managed to be like sort of like a 500-ish club. There's been a lot of blowouts here and everything, and we wonder is what is the difference? And is the supporting cast now, when you don't have like a James Harden or otherwise, that they're just not ready to be able to weather a storm like this?
Yeah. Well, I think James was obviously a big reason, right? Umpteen-time All-Star, MVP of the league in the earlier parts of his career. So I think James not being there and being able to pick up that slack is big. And I think also for me, I mean, I looked at Allah in the second quarter last night, and we were both like, man, but this is again just a different team. I think one of the reasons, and that's a great observation by the caller, that the team last year was able to kind of stay around 500 because for the most part, it was the same guys. And then last night it's like, okay, we're getting Kyle Lowry into it. Okay, Tobias Harris is just back. What do we have for Mo Bamba tonight? Okay, Nico's back, but he picked up 4 fouls. So I think I feel like at times Nick is back to coaching a G League team just because of we don't know who's going to be available every night because of the health of everyone else, not just Joel Embiid. And forgive me if my memory is incorrect this morning, but I don't remember that being the case last year. It was Joel's out, but the rest of the team is the same. And Joel's back in, and then we've got the rest of the team around him. But right now it's, okay, Joel's out, and 2 or 3 or 4 other guys aren't out. But which guys are those? So what team do we want to throw out tonight? Okay, there's a new guy coming in. Let's try to integrate him into the team as well. So, again, correct me if I'm wrong, John, but it just feels like there's so much more variety because, just trying to figure things out right now.
Like a chessboard, Bobby.
Yeah, Kate, this DeAnthony Melton injury, when it first popped up, you hear back and, you have your concerns, whatever. Now it's lingered for so long. And Nick Nurse, when I was down there last week, said that he thought that everybody would be back right after the All-Star break and ready to go. We saw Melton practice a little bit. How bad is this thing? Like, what is exactly going on there?
Yeah, that's a great question, Bob, because before the game last night, he was asked about DeAnthony again because that's one of the guys that I'm looking down at my board right now and continue to circle with my finger. And Nick said that he should be back tonight. So that is the hope because I don't think we can understate. I know people instantly usually go to the points and the rebounds and those statistics when players go out. Oh, if we had this guy, we'd have 12 more points. But not having DeAnthony Melton and then the guy who was usually the first guy off the bench, Robert Covington, those were our point of attack defenders, right? Those were the guys usually picking up the guy who was bringing the ball across the court, if not being a huge part of the defense right at the top of the key. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on, Bob. He was out there shooting again before the game last night and looking good. So fingers crossed that what Nick said last night comes to bear tonight because we could really use DeAnthony. Of course, the numbers that he brings, but his defense and his fight and just another body because I think we saw in the fourth quarter last night, Sixers, Nick and company threw everything they had at the Knicks in the third quarter, and it was awesome, and they rallied back, and Tyrese was able to put up 18, and then they just ran out of steam because they just didn't have enough bodies. So, yeah, I'm hopeful because backs are such a, thing that you just have to be really cautious about. I'm hopeful that the DeAnthony we saw yesterday and at practice the day before and what Nick said before the game last night comes true tonight because I'd love to see him back out there. They need him.
Kate, we've seen the Lakers make a run to a conference final out of the play-in tournament. We've seen the Miami Heat make it to the NBA Finals as an 8th seed. Do you believe seeding matters? Let's say they were able to get Joel back, and he's even able to play a couple regular season games and then have the little time off there, get ready for the playoffs. Do you believe seeding matters for this team? Is there chances?
I think it can. Yeah, certainly in any sport, it definitely can. But as the two teams that you just mentioned showed, sometimes just getting hot and having all your guys at the right time of year and saying, you know what, screw you. We got the big fella back, and you all wrote us off, and we're Philly, and we're going to punch you in the frickin' face. Like, I haven't said it to too many people, but now I'm saying it to all of you.
Yes.
So here goes. But best case scenario, right, guys? Best case scenario. These guys find a way to stay in the playoff picture, which I believe they will, even if that means dropping down a spot or two, and they're 6, 7, or 8, and they do have to be in that play-in. They get the big fella back the last couple of weeks of the season. He is fresh because he didn't play for 2 months leading up to the end of the season when everybody else is dragging. He's in fantastic shape at the end of the season, much better shape than we've seen him the last handful of years. And the Sixers, just like that, because they've got Joel Embiid, the best player in the NBA, back, find a rhythm at the end of the season. And now here they are humming going into the play-in tournament. If I am any team in the Eastern Conference, let alone league, I'm saying, okay, the one team I don't want to face is the Philadelphia 76ers, who have a chip on their shoulder, who have the MVP back, who have Tyrese Maxey, who now have Kyle Lowry. There's so many dogs now on their team. That's a team I don't want to face. Obviously, that's best case scenario. But to me, again, what I've said a number of times in this interview already, the fight, the will, the desire can supersede seeding. But yeah, I mean, it's always going to be important. If we're Sixers Celtics again and have to go to Boston Garden for a Game 7, if it's Sixers Knicks, I mean, that could be a series, which would be incredible. And you have to go to MSG. It's always going to be harder, but you have to go through the hard to win a championship. Whether it's seeding, whether it's injuries, whatever that thing might be. So I just keep coming back to that best case scenario in my head, and that's how I'm able to stay positive right now, because we have a ton of guys who are figuring each other out. 3 new players who are part of the rotation in Buddy and Cam and Kyle. First game under his belt last night, and he gets cracked in the head, and that's to leave. And got a coaching staff who I believe can figure it out. I mean, the team we're seeing tonight, right, guys?
Sure.
The Sixers had no business beating the Cavs last week. Full-strength Cavs, best team in the NBA since January 1st. No DeAnthony Melton, no Tobias Harris, no Nico Batum, no Joel Embiid. But they stuck with them from the tip last week. It was 34-33 Sixers going into the second quarter versus the deficit the Sixers had to battle all of last night to overcome. But yeah, if these guys come out with the fight from the jump tonight and every game moving forward that we saw in the third quarter last night, I think they've got a great shot to stay in it and to scare the you-know-what out of a lot of people if and when the big fella comes back.
So you perked my ears on my first question to you earlier, Kate, and that's when you said about Kyle Lowry and perhaps a starting lineup. So let's just have fun with this. No inside intel here.
Nope.
Let's look towards these playoffs that you talk about and say Joel Embiid is back. What would Kate Scott's starting 5 be going into the playoffs?
Oh man, that is a very good question, Bob.
And Nick's probably listening, so he's going to write this down.
Oh yeah, and probably Daryl and everybody's listening.
Oh,
and
sure.
I'll probably get to the arena tonight, and I'll be like, "Well, Kate, it's been great working with you, but we really didn't like the starting 5 you lined up."
Well, I'll give you 2.
Right,
I'll give you Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. How about that? Let me help you out.
I was gonna say, let's start with the easy one. But this is Bob. Okay, I will answer the question, but Bob, right here, this is why everyone would be terrified to face the Sixers if we get to that point, because we got 2, and then it's a handful of riches after that. Do you start Buddy Hield because he's such a great shooter, and with just Tyrese and Joel on the floor, he's going to have so much more space to shoot last night.
Sure.
And moving forward, and the few times he did get free last night, he was able to drain threes like we know he can. Ah, man. I mean, I like having Tobias. I know he had a tough night last night. I like having Tobias in there with those guys just because of everything else he brings. We remember last year when the guys were at full strength and we were able to put Tobias on the number 1 offensive guy on the other team. Ooh, yeah, looking down. I mean, I think DeAnthony's coming off the bench for me. I think Kyle's the other one on there, maybe for me. Is that a 5? Or did
no, that's a 5. That's Embiid, Maxey, Hield, Harris, and and you just said that you would have Kyle Lowry there. So that has a bench of Batum, Melton, Oubre.
That's the best bench this team's had in the postseason in recent memory.
That's the thing, right? And if you want to flip, if you guys or your listeners are saying, nah, I'd rather have this person come off the bench and let's put Oubre in the starting lineup. I mean, we haven't even talked about Campaign, who's been nice in his minutes. He came in and gave him a little burst in the second quarter. So, again, I know it's hard right now. I feel that. You guys shouldn't probably hear the emotion in my voice this morning. I am so in on this team in this city, and I want success for them and all of you so badly that I know it's hard right now. But keep the faith, because if and when these guys get healthy, that is a heck of a unit. And look back to earlier in the season, you guys. I mean, you look at the top teams in the East, you look at the top teams in the West, the Sixers have beaten everybody. The number 2 team in the East right now is the Cleveland Cavaliers, who the Sixers beat last week, down 5 starters. You know, I don't know if it'll be the same story tonight, but this team wants it. They have the fight. They have the talent. Now we just have to keep wheeling them on to get healthy.
All right, in closing, Doc Rivers is back on Sunday. And it's got he's a guy that gets meet with mixed emotions. But in my mind, I do not blame Doc Rivers for losing a Game 6 last year at home when you had the lead, when you have Joel Embiid and James Harden on the court. 2 superstars. I'm not putting that on that the coach is the reason they lost that game.
Yeah, that was tough. And I'm not putting on the coach either. When I get to this level, regardless of sport, your coach has to drop everything and get you prepared. And then in the big clutch moments, I think it is the players who need to deliver. Unless there's, a timeout or a 2-point conversion or whatever the case may be that really needed the coach's focus. But I understand. I mean, I know when I got here, folks weren't sure about Doc Rivers. So I understand why the fan base and some folks point the finger at Doc and say, well, you were brought here to get us past the second round, and that never happened. So it was a disappointment for a lot of folks. I completely get that. I'll just say I will be happily watching Sunday's game on my couch, because that is the national.
Oh yeah, you get to just sit and.
So I will have the popcorn out because I know a lot of folks in Milwaukee aren't too happy with how things have started, and the team might not have been happy with Adrian Griffin, but at least they were winning games, and now still trying to find whatever it is that they're looking for as well. So that's sure an interesting thing in these final 27 games of the season, isn't it, guys? A couple of teams who everybody picked to be right up there now have a lot of stuff to deal with as this season winds to a close. So that's going to be a good one. And that's the thing, the top 4 teams who are ahead of us right now in the Eastern Conference, those are the first 4 games out of the All-Star break. So stay the course, Sixers fans. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be hard. They're going to have to fight. They're going to have to fight every single game. But these guys, this team has fighters. Case in point, Kyle Lowry and what they did last night to rally back from 26 down to cut it to 6. So looking forward to chatting with you all again tonight on the Tube and in the next few weeks here on the Fanatic.
Everybody be tuned in. Thanks, Kate. We appreciate you being a part of the team.
Thanks, guys.
There you go.
Appreciate being here.
Kate Scott joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day, and Comcast Business gets you ready for what's next. It's difficult. It's difficult to navigate the loss of a major star like that. But when you and Kate just went through that exercise, Bob, that would be the best bench the Sixers have gone into the postseason with in recent memory.
Yeah, I look at it 2 ways. Yeah, you have some firepower coming off the bench, some things there, but
okay,
you're bringing in 37-year-old Kyle Lowry, and he's going to be a starter on this team for you. Makes me think, nothing against Kyle Lowry at all. How bereft were you? Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Of talent at a guard position that's who you got, and you have to start in the playoffs. Like, again, nothing against Kyle Lowry.
No.
I might have envisioned it all wrong. Maybe we were kind of told things that weren't exactly, because when we asked, it was like, yeah, there can be some minutes here and there. When Lowry talked for the first time, he said, look, I don't think I'm going to get, huge minutes, but I'll be here to help Tyrese Maxey and to help this team get better. First game goes 25 minutes.
I was shocked.
And now we have Kate saying that, she casually mentioned it in her first answer, like, I see him being implored into the starting lineup. Wow. It just surprises me. I'm not looking bad or good on it. It just surprises me.
Well, it is how about this? Nick's got options. He's got options.
Yeah.
And yours would be different then. Your starting five would be different.
I have to see Lowry more. I honestly do.
Right.
How does this team work with him there? I was when the game got to 26, I told you I switched the channel. I went over to the Iowa women's game to watch that. But
Pat did not.
Kate said that it makes Tyrese Maxey's life a little bit easier when Kyle Lowry's in there. Okay, that's a big factor. If you have four starters, including Embiid, that score the basketball better when Kyle Lowry's out there distributing it, then yeah, you do want him out there. It just surprises me. I thought he was being brought in here as kind of a voice of reason, the veteran, some spot minutes. Keith Pompey also texted out last night. Now Kate said it today about starting lineups with Kyle Lowry.
It's something I didn't expect, and I saw that from Keith and was like, wow. That's not what I was thinking. I mean, I was very not moved by the Kyle Lowry signing, and nostalgia, yeah, and no city loves their nostalgia more than this one. But 25 minutes last night, I was absolutely floored, and I could tell it listening on the way home on the Fanatic that you could hear it. You could hear it in the voice of Tom McGinnis that he was like, "Well, Kyle Lowry's just being thrown into the fire here."
Yeah,
and it surprises me. It just surprises
There's
me.
a couple surprising things, and Kate alluded to that Tobias Harris has been battling something. There was a sickness there. He missed a couple of games. He's been battling something. But when I was covering the team, the thing with Tobias Harris was, he's going to get you some points, but we don't really call plays for him. And it wasn't in a negative way because you had a Joel Embiid, you had so many other guys, maybe a J.J. Redick, and all those guys that, were proven offensive players that you called plays for. He went out and got his scoring by just getting what was his. He's got to do more than that now. And you can't be satisfied with 9 shots in 26 minutes.
No, you can't.
Like, that can't happen. And it's one of the weirdest things you would have to do as a coach is to tell a guy to go find shots. I mean, that's like the essence of basketball that everybody usually does. Either he's not 100% or he needs to be told that even more because he has to score for this team without Joel Embiid.
Like, is there something we don't know? Is there something about the time he missed, the time it doesn't look right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was told he was sick there for a while, and bad sickness was going around that team, as I told you guys. Maybe he's not fully recovered from that. I don't know.
The Vic Fangio's coming in here to change a defense, transform it. And our own Tim McManus from ESPN had a shopping list of potential stuff you might want to grab off the shelves. We'll look at some of his suggestions next. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic.
and 97.5thefanatic.com.
A Fanatic Friday presented by Pumpman Philly. You got to turn on your mic to let them hear that.
Well, I mean, you could do it every once in a while there, Pump.
I said I'm setting it up.
Pump it up.
Pump,
Let's go,
pump,
Kincade. We don't hear you do it enough.
Oh,
Let's go.
pump for 24/7.
That's not it.
For 24/7 emergency repair, pump replacement, Kettle Pumpman Philly. The guys to know to fix your flow.
We just found out why you don't pump.
because I don't pump like that.
You don't. It's not a good pump.
Not a good pump. You're saying, eh?
It's just not.
Really?
Nah, it's like when you wonder like why a guy doesn't try 3-pointers, and then they try one and
then
they
you see
airball
it,
and you go, that's why.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You go, okay, now I understand.
Yes. Now I've seen the light.
I got a feeling I understand now.
I've seen the
what's
light of the
going
lack of
on
pump.
there. No pumping going on
I
today.
mean, I pump. Bob pumps. I don't know if you pump.
The Jack Collinsworth, by the way, out at NBC.
Oh
with it.
no.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
Oh, what are the 4 people that like listening to me to do?
I wonder. I just Jack,
My heart bleeds for him.
I very much and I like Chris Collins. I'm one of the few who likes, like, as far as in this town, it seems like so many people just cannot stand listening to Chris Collinsworth. I learn a lot listening to Chris. I think he's a really informative analyst. It's but Jack Collinsworth, I don't get the act. So he's out. So they're going to find something else for him to do, I'm sure.
What did he do? The pregame something or other?
He did Notre Dame football. So he's been removed from Notre Dame football, but then there's speculation that we'll hear more that they're going to move on and maybe revamp a little bit the Sunday night show.
I asked this because of just sheer ignorance, but how does he do Notre Dame football and be objective? Because he went to Notre Dame.
Right.
If I'm NBC, I'm not having him do Notre Dame football. But then maybe I am because he is going to be kind of a fanboy homer-ish.
And that's what Notre Dame fans
wants to keep.
Yes.
So, all right, so I just talked myself out of it. Okay, I'll shut my mic off.
Because he has more.
Thank you.
Notre Dame has more. Notre Dame has more Subway alumni than any.
Oh, yeah,
than any school.
I'll tell you, I've talked about it before, but my 2 most hated teams in college football are Notre Dame and Penn State, just because of the fan base around here and how annoying they are. You go to Notre Dame, you actually go to South Bend, and you meet the people that are actually from South Bend. Couldn't be any more different than the people here.
Well,
like it's like, oh, I get it now. You guys are nice. You're not just cheering for the team because your name's O'Malley.
There's a difference than rolling into Walmart and getting a Notre Dame shirt.
Yeah.
And getting parchment.
Yeah, or you're like not
there's
getting
a
in a
little
temple and grabbing a hoodie and pretending like a
Well, I mean,
poser.
but we love you.
Who didn't get?
We love you and accept you as part of it. And Pat, honestly, I got to be honest. At Temple Sports, we're looking for every single person.
Yeah, you're not picky right now.
We need more Pat Egan's.
You guys are like how
Said no one ever.
You guys are like how Newman was when I was applying there.
Yeah.
You'll just take anybody. Now they've got more restrictive, but back then it was like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem.
We need more Pat Egan types.
I appreciate that.
We didn't let him in, but we're going to let him cheer for our sports
Yeah,
teams.
we'll let him cheer.
So he's got it and gets in on that mix. Our own Tim McManus from ESPN.com, and Tim's been really providing some great content as we head into this offseason. Talking about the Eagles' defense, and in a piece he published, he was talking about the fact that Fletcher Cox is pondering, again, he puts it as pondering retirement. And I sort of thought that if Fletcher Cox isn't an Eagle, he's playing. But he's saying...
Wait, you thought if he wasn't an Eagle,
he'd be
still
somebody
would be
else.
playing?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he sat like at the Super Bowl, I told you, he sat down with Cam Hayward. And he said, well, where do you want to play next year? And he goes, with you. Your team. Like I'd love to play next to a guy like you. The dedication, and he goes on with effusive praise. So I don't think Fletcher Cox is done. And after the year he had, I'd be shocked if he walks away from it all. Obviously, you're still waiting to find out with Hassan Reddick what's going on. And I do think before we get into the discussion, anybody find a little surprising that, like, no movement on that front? I mean, when an elite pass rusher is allowed to seek a trade and allowed to seek a contract elsewhere, I would imagine that if his asking price is reasonable, there'd be teams lining up. If the asking price from his camp is reasonable, you'd have 3 or 4 contending teams minimum that would be interested in trading for Hassan Reddick. It's been a couple weeks now.
Yeah, I still think NFL maybe is starting to filter back in. I know how dead the NBA season was when it ended. I mean, no one was around. Everyone vacationed. Everyone got away. It's only been 2 weeks. So
for some teams, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
For two teams.
So, yeah, there's probably not a lot of people around. You take that hiatus. There might be a, I don't know, March 1st, April 1st that you say, all right, things are going to ramp back up, and it's understood around the league. I assume there will be some interest in him, but I just also assume that a lot of people are not checking in right now.
And you and I are at a different thought on that process because I am of the belief that the asking price is my guess is the asking price is way too high. That's my thought. We'll see how it all plays out, and I certainly hope Hassan Reddick is back here. Would love to see it. The list of free agents that our own Tim McManus said appear to be fits for this Vic Fangio defense. I've got to say, for a couple of them, I'm in, and for a couple of them, I wonder. Are you looking for Band-Aids, or are you looking for more a long-termish solution? Eddie Jackson was the first name that came up, the safety from the Bears. Whether you're familiar with him or not, he is a fourth-round pick who has absolutely exceeded what a fourth-rounder gets. And when you draft a fourth-rounder, I don't know that you're expecting him to develop as solid a player as Eddie Jackson has been. But he's 30. And the Bears are doing a youth movement and a revamping of their team, and he's available. Now, it says here they need consistency at safety, and they could use a stabilizing presence opposite Reed Blankenship. That's the reasoning for Tim McManus. Plus, Vic Fangio was his defensive coordinator when he was drafted.
I'm getting tired of familiarity stuff. I really am.
Tell me why.
Like Daryl Morey has run that into the ground with the Sixers of former Rockets coming here and players that were under him before coming here and all that. A 30-year-old safety, isn't that the epitome of what we don't want? I mean, we're talking about 30-year-old corners that you didn't want to come back last year.
I'm less worried of 30-year-old safety than I am a corner. Just for whatever reason, I guess I have a little bias. I'm a safety, I'm going okay, maybe 32. Corners, I just think just age quickly.
Yeah, and the one thing that made me kind of not roll my eyes, but maybe lift my eyebrows, we're looking to get somebody to stabilize Reed Blankenship.
That's what caught my eye too. Are they counting on him that much?
Maybe
a rotational piece, I'm fine.
Maybe you have so many holes to fill that you say, okay, you know what? We're okay there. We're going to put Blankenship in there. That's fine. Now we have to go out and find corners and other safety, some defensive line help, and those dreaded linebackers also. So maybe it's a case that Blankenship is in there, and okay, you can deal with that. You got to get another safety. I think it's a shame Sidney Brown got hurt.
Yeah,
it really is.
I just think there was something there, and maybe it would have taken a year or two to really come out, but I would have loved to have plug and played him and just, let him live with his mistakes, but learn from them also. That doesn't excite me. Jackson, not so much. It doesn't excite me all that much.
I think Reed Blankenship actually did fairly well with all things considered.
Thrown to the Wolves.
He's thrown to the Wolves, but also he's thrown to the Wolves with, zero help in terms of the other safety. Because Terrell Edmonds was bad. They get Kevin Byard, but when they got Kevin Byard, they basically immediately switched to Matt Patricia. And that was a disaster for everybody. Like, everybody all of a sudden just forgot how to play football when they made that switch. And it wasn't like Sean Desai was great, but it's got to be difficult for Kevin Byard to come in. You start learning Sean Desai's system, and then immediately they switch to Matt Patricia, and Matt Patricia decides to change everything. So I feel like he did fairly well when you consider everything that he had to go through with, the slot cornerback getting injured before the season starts. You've got James Bradbury, who forgot how to play football. And then the safety opposite him wasn't good for most of the season. And then they trade for one, and that guy comes in, and it's like, at that point, no one knows what's going on. So I feel like when you consider all of it, when they say stabilizing Reed Blankenship, I don't look at it really as a negative, because I feel like the book is still very much out on him. And I'm excited to see him in a Vic Fangio system.
What do you think of Andrew Van Ginkel?
I'm sorry, who? Is that a real person? Did you make that name up?
Is it rapper? Is it white rapper? Or is it a edge rusher?
I'm guessing it's one of these edge rusher, and the NFL has this every year. Where there's some guy that you think you know football, and then some dude ends up getting $45 million, 22 guaranteed by some team, and you've never heard of him, and you go, there's no way that's a real person.
Now,
and this year it's Van Ginkel.
Well, what I would say to you is that I know that Eagle fans may know who this guy is if you watched the Christmas Eve game, because they told his story and talked about it on the Christmas Eve game when Dallas lost to Miami. Van Ginkel played under Fangio last year, 11 starts, 6 sacks, 19 quarterback hits. That would have made him a very productive member of the Eagles' pass rush here. Outside linebacker type. He can drop in coverage, and he's considered to be pretty effective at doing that. So that's one of them. Van Ginkel played, I think they said he played at 3 colleges. If I remember the story, he's the blonde guy. Pat, the minute you saw a picture of him, you'd recognize him.
I mean, maybe.
Yeah, you would see. If you watched any Dolphins this year, you saw him.
I'm still not convinced that this is a real person, but please go ahead. I'll pretend.
He sort of has the rock star hair, the long blondish brown hair, and he went to 3 colleges. He's one of those
that's going to be that. Honest to God, you're gonna have that more often now, as guys come in the league because of the COVID thing. You had the COVID year, you had people being able to transfer right away, and then you've got the grad year. I feel like that is going to be the norm, the 3 college thing.
I do not know the name now, Bob. This name I do not know, and I had no idea. Josie Joel.
Oh, Josie.
And
all right, that name sounds familiar.
He was a Denver player. And he played under Vic Fangio. And again,
do we have to go to that well?
Well, I think that's what Tim's going for, is guys that could be a fit that know his system.
And that's understandable, by the way.
Right. At linebacker, look, I don't know. He's had, in 6 seasons in Denver, 9 sacks, 7 fumble recoveries.
I mean, that just sounds like a guy I'm ready to convince myself in June that is going to be good, and he's not.
He's worn the green dot in recent seasons. How about that? Does that matter anything to you?
No, Kobe Dean wore the green dot. It means nothing.
Chase Young.
Matthews wore the green dot.
You want Chase Young?
Depends on the price.
That's going to be a big price, I'm sure.
Well, I mean,
and that will be people paying on potential more than anything.
He got traded to the Niners at the trade deadline last year, 7.5 sacks on the year. He added a sack and 2 quarterback hits during San Francisco's Super Bowl run.
Yeah, he just seems like a guy that was, and he never had huge games against the Eagles.
No.
He just, overrated comes into my head when his name is ever mentioned. Now, maybe I'm not going to sit here and say that when the Eagles are on and Washington's on at the same time that I'm going back and forth to check out on Chase Young. So most of my stuff is against the Eagles about him. Never really did much for me.
Made that big impression. There is one name on his list. So we got the first 4, and none of us are that moved. There is one, though. Cameron Curl from the Washington Commanders. To me, he is a name that at least, again, when he played the Eagles, seeing it, and a 24-year-old safety, I'll take a flyer.
I'll
take a flyer.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do something like that. 16 games for the Commanders started, 115 tackles, 3 for loss, 3 quarterback hits, a sack, 5 passes defended. Look, I'll take it. I'm gonna take it. Is a 24-year-old with upside. But the entire list that is available for you at ESPN.com from, where you get a chance to read what was projected by Tim McManus as guys who are fits, none of it moves me. None of it inspires me. There's nobody being mentioned that I'm like, okay, it's a fit and it's a player that I really don't have to Google.
Hey, here's the thing, though. They have Landon Dickerson and Devontae Smith, who they're going to have to re-up for big money. And then when you factor in, I feel like a lot of times free agency happens. And the big-name guy that your team ends up getting, I feel like they kind of have that name recognition, because the name recognition guys are either cooked or they're already locked up to their own team. So, when the Eagles signed Brandon Brooks, I'm not watching Houston Texans offensive line film. I didn't know who Brandon Brooks was, but he got a lot of money. You know, and when the Eagles signed Javon Hargrave, like I had to text Steelers fans like, hey, like, what's up with this dude?
And they said he has a big ass.
But they end up being pretty good players for you. So I'm just because I'm not moved by it doesn't mean much to me. Because I feel like that's just the case a lot of times where the big name free agent signing by the Birds is someone who normally I'm just not overly familiar with. Maybe it's just my
Nnamdi Asomugha didn't do it for you, huh?
I now Nnamdi was a name I knew. I
Yes.
knew that name.
Well,
That didn't
and
work
then it
out.
didn't do it for
And then
you.
he didn't do it for me. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I can't. This team.
Like who's available that you would?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there
Back up the brake truck for.
is there anybody available?
I can't.
Like, you know what I mean? Are there? Because looking at some of these, now it's we get asked: did Chris Long, Nick Foles, Wisniewski, or Torrey Smith move the needle in 27 times?
I
in
think
2017.
I
excuse me.
think 3
Brendan
out of 4
Gunn
of those guys.
tossing some trash.
Yeah, I think 3 out of 4 of those guys, and Torrey Smith being the one who wasn't, was in the second wave of free agency. So it's a bit different. Like I think we're discussing the first wave of free agency, correct? Like the
We're
big
not.
name.
We're
March,
talking about guys that are available on that should be available right at the beginning of March.
Yeah, and that should be signed by March 15th.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Torrey Smith was a trade, so it's a little bit different, but I think it was a trade.
I don't know. It just doesn't seem to me that there's a lot to move it. And
No, but you know, Howie always has something going on. Like I'm not deterred by just
You're not deterred?
a list and
deterred.
geez, are you guys children? We're trying to have an adult conversation here.
Feel like it.
Hey, let's see what Dan has to say. Dan, good morning. You're on the Fanatic.
Yeah, I mean, look, I first of all, I'm about ready to just go in on it. Sorry, how is everybody?
Good, buddy.
Good, Dan.
Yeah, so like the free agents, you're right. They don't move me, and I think that's fair. And what worries me is like I don't think this team can be saved by free agent signings. Like Howie's going to have to draft really well on the defensive side of the ball, which is something I don't know that he's ever really shown he can do, which worries me. Like if they needed a couple offensive linemen, I'd be a little more confident that they could get something in the draft. But you know, like when has he shown that he can go, oh yeah, that's some talented, that's a talented player in the third round. Let's get him, and then it turns into somebody that's very, very good on the defensive side of the ball.
I gotta
can't
tell you,
think
there's
of anybody.
Yeah, there's not a lot of sort of under
Like I
the
could have
radar.
drafted Jalen Carter.
Yes,
I mean,
you could have.
could've
Yes.
drafted, like anybody could draft Jalen Carter. I need a guy like in the 4th round that turns into like, oh look, this is a strong safety.
What, like Josh Sweat?
Yeah, Josh Sweat's probably the
Well-
only one, right, Dan, that probably
Yeah.
comes to mind.
That's
Well,
a
if you're
good
gonna,
one.
yeah, but
Yeah,
as
that's
we
a
did,
good one, but that's
as
it.
you did yesterday with Josh Sweat. Josh Sweat has the biggest. He has 5 years in a row of just disappearing for almost half the season.
Yeah, but he's better than what you'd expect you're getting from a 4th round pick.
Oh, yeah,
I'll throw
yeah.
Vontae
You're right about
Maddox
that.
out there
You're
too.
right about that.
I'll
Yeah.
throw Vontae
But,
Maddox.
but what I'm saying is, like, you need to be able to get if you're going to get cute and go, we don't need linebackers. We're going to draft them in the 6th round. Then you better hit on some of these 6th round linebackers. Like, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you better be good enough to find a guy who turns into and they're out there. They make teams and they contribute all over the league. So,
All right, buddy. Yeah, I'd say
Yeah, not wrong.
Thanks, Dan.
it's not.
No, I mean, if you're not going to address linebacker until the 6th round, you better get a good one and not some guy that you're going to end up cutting after a year.
But it also goes against what he said earlier. That's where free agency does have to come into play.
Oh, it does.
You know, I mean, you got to hit somewhere. And if there's no big names out there, okay. Well, then you have to hit on somebody that another team wasn't getting the most out of that person that you can. That if Vic Fangio is this, really good defensive coordinator, he's got to be able to see somebody and say, you know what? They're not using him right. I really think he could be good here. And find that linebacker, edge rusher, safety, corner, whatever it is.
Pat, you were not a fan of Jim Schwartz.
Not at all.
Did you? If anyone had said to you, Jim Schwartz could be a defense coordinator on a Super Bowl winning team?
I think anybody at this point can be a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator on a Super Bowl winning team. It depends on the other side of the football. So, yeah, I would have believed it. I just would have said I'm pretty positive that the offense might have carried you in that sense, and it did.
And
Like I think Brian Johnson could be a Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator, but I'm going to assume that it was the defense that won them that game.
could be, could very well be. He's just got. It's just the amount of people that took bullets on this Eagles offense, and it's like a spray, like someone's just come in and just start spraying the room. because there's nobody who's looked at positively.
On the Eagles' offense?
Yes.
No, I
nobody.
disagree with that.
Who?
Like, are you talking like?
I'm talking about like that. Like when you talk about where are the problems with the Eagles' offense? Brian Johnson literally took the bullet and was dumped out of the car.
Yeah, but
And said Nick Sirianni gets away with nothing for like he gets abused for it.
I don't know. Like, I don't blame. I don't blame
blaming
Devontae Smith. I don't blame Dallas Goedert, DeAndre Swift. A lot of the players on offense I don't blame. Coaching wise, I blame everybody.
Yeah, it was sort of a equal opportunity ripping.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Bob's got a
what they were
football in
doing.
his hands. Like Bob wants to be.
Yeah, Bob's just walking around ready to
throw.
Yeah, I think he heard all those promos about the combine, and Bob's like, all right, I got some eligibility
I think
left.
the Polk High jacket, he's going to get dirt on it in here.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know the legendary story of Cam the Catholic, Bob Cooney scoring 4 touchdowns in a game. It happened.
No.
Bobby, I remember I read about it in the Daily News.
Football, no.
We need
I
positivity.
did get out my scrapbook the other day, though. Donna was cleaning her
your
office.
dad
and
made
she
that,
Found,
right?
she found
That's
mine.
awesome.
It's weird because I don't look. Everybody out there makes fun of me, my age, all that stuff. I don't feel my age. I still feel like I'm 25 years old, and many will say I still act it. Whatever, I do. So for her to pull out that scrapbook and look at the age of it, yeah, it made me feel a little bad. I must admit.
Why?
Because you should
feel old?
see it. No, you should see how tattered and all it is.
His dad made it for him.
Yeah, my dad did make it for me when
that's
he
an
was
amazing
sick. Yeah.
gift.
That was cool. That was really cool. But yeah, it's still in decent shape. But I mean, to look at it, it does. It's like one of those Polk High things where, hey, look at the scrapbook here, and I'm like, oh crap.
All right, what's the? It's weird. It brings a question that Pat wanted to ask about family that comes into it next. We had a lot of family questions this week, and Pat's got another one about learning from our parents. We'll get to it coming up. John Kincade Show on the Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Starting lineup. I'm Pat Egan. The Sports Update is brought to you by Discover. Discover wants.
Arlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios. Powering possibilities. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. The John Kincade Show with Bob Cooney and Pat Egan continues. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The punt god has found a home, or at least a opportunity with Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs after being cleared of any involvement in an alleged gang rape where his reputation was literally destroyed. Andy Reid's going to give him a shot, and he's going to get that opportunity.
Andy Reid's known to do that.
He is, and he's dropped his defamation suit in order to just get a move on there. So one of the stories that was just, I heard so many Eagles fans talk about him at the time. Would there be anybody that would take a chance on him? And Andy Reid is going to be the guy who does so. And he was cleared of everything in the entire matter.
Yeah.
So that's I can only imagine you're approaching your dream. He would have absolutely been an NFL player. And now he's got another chance. He'll have another chance to be one now, but it's troubling. You worry about that stuff like that. You worry about that as things about that as a parent. And Pat, you were thinking about, as our early discussion this week about parents and sports and everything like that, you talked about it with parents and as a sports fan.
Yeah, well, I feel like we all are big sports fans. A big part of it is because of our parents and whether they took us to games, watched with us, taught us the game, whatever. What do you guys think the most important lesson that you learned from your parents for being a sports fan is? And I know for Bob, your thing is like, I don't have any rules, but like, you must have learned something for being a fan from your dad or your mom.
Being a fan.
Yeah, like, is there like something that really stuck out with you where you were like, my dad always did X, Y, or Z?
I think it's a lifelong of watching him being a fan that's made me become the less attached fan that I am.
Is it because of your dad and your career choices?
No, because he was in the news, but he didn't work in sports.
Right.
So his fandom, he just wasn't an overly emotional person. He just wasn't. And I learned it from sports early on. And I think I told you guys this, so I might not have said it on the air. When I was in fourth or fifth grade, I went to a small little Catholic school. I was just one of the better basketball players there, And we had an intramural league, and my dad was there to watch the game, but our coach didn't show up, so he coached. Well, I never came out of a game or anything like that. I played the whole game, and that's just, because he didn't have any of that. Everybody played equal time, and he sat down next to me, and I said, Dad, I play all the game. He goes, you're not tonight. So, like, he kind of, I don't want to say took because that sounds bad, but he made me realize lesser emotions about the game, maybe.
Pat, what I would always say is my dad was Phillies first.
Okay.
And Phillies obsessed. It was always his number one. And his dedication to being a Phillies fan, to sitting out on the back porch, listening on a transistor radio, to a random June night, July night, August night. You could find my dad on the back porch with a Ortlieb's beer bottle and listening to a Phillies game. And just his dedication and his love of the Phillies was so much that the night they won the World Championship in 1980, he ran out of his house. My Uncle Bernie Flynn lived at number 39. We lived at 26. And they met in the streets. And his brother-in-law and him just literally, like, hugged, dancing in the street.
Yeah.
And I saw those two grown men, World War II vets, things like that, bawling that whole night.
How about that? That's a great story.
That's an awesome memory.
And I never saw my dad like that.
Yeah.
My dad didn't, like, he didn't have that. Like, the joy they felt the night the Phillies won the World Series was something that'll be, it's like burned into my brain how excited they were.
That is a great, great story. And I really am racking my brain. My dad was such a steady guy that I don't know. They're just, I remember playing in games and situations happening and looking over at him to get like some kind of reaction. And he's kind of, I guess I'm kind of like him a little bit where he didn't let emotions get the best of him.
Disassociated slightly.
No, there was a lot of thinking going on in that brain. I know that. I told you the one story, the time that when I was playing junior college and we played at the Plestra. And I saw him up in the stands. My dad didn't drive, didn't get around, many places all that well except for work, and somehow found his way to the Plestra. And I looked at him up in the stands, and that was a time that I think I saw some emotion there. Like, he was like, damn, my kid's playing on the Plestra. Like, I think he thought that was cool. Never told me, but I think he thought it was cool.
So what'd you learn, Pat? What'd you learn from
mine immediately was like the loyalty factor.
Yes.
Of following your team, good, bad, sticking with them, not bandwagon hopping, and just, being a dedicated sports fan. And that was from both my parents. Like, good times or bad times for both their teams. They don't cheer for the same teams, but whether the team was good or the team was bad, both my dad and my mom would be dedicated to their squad. And my dad especially, like, I tell people all the time, like, when the Phillies are bad, just still take your kids to the game. Because they don't know. Like, they don't know that the Phillies are bad.
Right.
They're just happy to be going to a game.
Yeah.
And it'll
They're going to a Phillies game.
build a fandom, and a love of baseball in them. And I know for you, the person who's paying, it's gonna be frustrating. I pay for the parking, the tickets, and all that. And you're watching a bad product. Your kid's not though. And I grew up with my dad, who was flat broke, taking me to like scrounging together quarters and nickels to take me to the vet to see a bad Phillies team. Like Alex Arias is playing shortstop.
Ooh.
And I didn't care. Like I'm watching pro baseball. Like it's
and you're
exciting,
seeing the
right?
Phillies.
So
Yes.
that was a big part of it, and just getting in that mindset of, my dad, especially with you talk about baseball. Like my dad, same thing with baseball. It was like every night, and he still does. Sixers, Flyers, like he's watching all of it, and to get into the sport. Even when the team wasn't good, I just kind of wanted to follow his lead. And that led to, because I went to my dad's on the weekends, that led to weekdays when I was with my mom. I had a radio next to me when I went to bed, and I would put on Harry Callis. And, that really like bred me as a Philly sports baseball fan. So that was the big one, loyalty and just like the nature of how you became a Philly sports fan. For me, the Phillies, it was him, hands down, bar none. But a big part of it, though, was the fact of like, I vividly remember him taking me to like certain games, and we didn't go often, so it was a special occasion. But it's a cheap ticket. They've raised prices a little bit, but it's still a cheap ticket, and now they're good. But back in 2015, I remember like pleading with people like, don't let baseball die. Take your kid to a game.
Yeah, growing up, I don't ever remember if there was a game on TV, it not being on in my house.
Oh no, it was always on.
But when I was a little kid, we didn't have the luxury of every game was on TV.
Sure.
When I was a little kid, Pat, it was a rarity to see a Flyers home game. Like, I still remember, like, one of the first times I saw the Flyers wearing white jerseys. And it was like, whoa, I'm watching a game like a home game for the Flyers. But, yeah, every time a game was on, my dad was that much of a sports nut that we never didn't have a game on.
I
wonder where you get it from.
I told you before that there's something about, like, I remember – I didn't go to games often. Like I didn't get taken down to games often. But the annual trip with the Italian American Club out of Ardmore, out of the little club, there'd be a bus trip, and to go down to the Phillies, and it was always on a giveaway Sunday.
Oh yeah.
And I remember Bat Day. All I remember is Bat Day. Willie Montañez was the first baseman, and it's like Pat, what you say about bring your kid to a game. Willie Montañez was the first baseman. I do vividly remember that. That bat was in my room for at least 6-7 years from the time I was a child. That was a big, big deal. There was a batting helmet day, another batting helmet day on the bus, and getting that batting helmet felt like it was like something on Christmas. I was losing sleep the night before going, man, the Phillies batting helmet. And it was a cheap little giveaway thing.
Yeah.
It was awesome. And so to me, there's things like that burn into your memory
They always
as a
stick out.
sports fan.
Willie Montañez gave me one of my worst sports memories ever.
What was that?
We had a friend that lived on not near us or whatever, and his dad worked for the Phillies or something, because there was Phillies players that would come over to their house every once in a while. Randy Lersch was a really good friend of theirs. But anyway, we went into the clubhouse one time after a game. He took us down there, and Willie Montañez was smoking a cigarette, and I was so disappointed. I was like, "You can't do that. You're a professional athlete."
Really?
I was really upset.
You weren't mad. You were just disappointed.
I will tell
Hey,
you.
Willie, I'm not mad at you.
Pat, I think I've told you before. Mark Howe.
Yeah. Oh, they
Hexy?
all those players, man.
Some of them, I
as
saw
late as like the 90s.
I saw NHL players smoking between periods.
Yeah, I mean, there's the famous. This isn't back in the 80s and 90s. It's before that, but the famous picture of the Chiefs quarterback, famous Les.
Len Dawson.
Len Dawson.
Yeah, Len Dawson smoking a heater, during
Beer
the
between
Super
his
Bowl.
legs, didn't he, too? I thought he had a beer at his feet also.
He might have. I mean, it was just like
It was a different world.
Yeah, definition of built different at that point, and not really in a good way. I remember reading Jeremy Roenick's book, and he said it wasn't until the mid '90s when he started seeing six packs on guys showing up for training camp, because the lifestyle was a little bit different.
There was a thing when we were little. Rick McLeish for the Flyers got a skate across the neck.
Yes.
And it was like a game in Vancouver, so it was a late night game, so you didn't hear about it the next morning. And I remember, I don't know if it was reported, I don't know how it got out there, but it said it was so deep that when he was getting stitched up, he was smoking a cigarette and the smoke was coming out of his neck.
That was the story. Yes. Betty had one when
Yeah, they've changed.
you talk about parents and fandom.
Yeah.
I was a little bit of a handful when I was in grade school. Little trouble for teachers and the nuns.
Hey, me too.
Back at St. Annie's. And I remember my mom, the Flyers would go on those weekday West Coast, it was a West Coast swing, and there'd be a late game. I would go to bed, set an alarm to get up to watch it. And my dad was totally in support of, okay, did you do your homework? Okay, you can do that. You can get up and you can watch the game. Just don't make a lot of noise. Don't be. And my mom being like, really, Tom? Really? Like, he needs to get up in the morning. And it's like, if I hear any griping in the morning that you're tired or like, it was all. But my dad was like, yeah, sure. The kid wants to stay up and watch a hockey game. Let him stay up and watch a hockey game.
Yeah, and I bet you don't remember one thing you learned the next day.
Oh, I'm sure I don't.
Yeah.
All I remember is the Flyers Wipeout. Now, somebody else out in the audience will remember. Wipeout, the Beach Boys. That was the Flyers. Like, that was their music.
Oh,
And I remember my mom saying, turn it down from upstairs. And she was hearing the Wipeout. And that was their theme. It was either Philly 57 or Channel 29 or something at the time. And the Wipeout was what they used as their theme. And it was like when you're coming into games and they're showing the highlights and everything. And my mom, turn it down. And then the door slams again. Like, I don't want to have to tell you again. So
It's just interesting how your parents, because our thing was like, you ever think about your dad or your mom about what would they do in this situation? But they really do have an effect on us as sports fans and how we, in Bob's case, watch games and not be really emotional or, whatever, what have you. But it's interesting how those like life lessons when you're younger really do stick with you and kind of shape you and mold you as a sports fan.
I'm as superstitious, Pat, that and I've probably told the story before, that the night before Super Bowl 52, I'm in Vegas going to host a party. And so I go to church on Saturday night, and they have an intention book out in the foyer of the church before you walk in. And in the intention book, I wrote every single one of my uncle's names and my dad's name, and wrote "Go Birds" in the intention book.
Damn right.
And I said, "Thank you for making me a Philly sports fan."
That was one of the cool moments when they finally won the Super Bowl.
You're all choked up,
You're
man.
getting
I'm getting choked up thinking about it. Was like the thinking of all the people that
passed.
that couldn't be there for that moment, and you immediately, think about loved ones that you might have that would have loved to be there, but that shaped you. And there's pictures of people like listening to the game at grave sites and stuff. It's just I I feel bad. It's moments like that where I do feel bad for people that aren't sports fans.
I do too.
Now, I mean, and then there's moments where I have to watch Tobias Harris play basketball, and then I get it. But when it's like, no, it means more, man. Like, it just means more when you're in a community and it's a family atmosphere, and it's like they don't get it.
You got the word of it, community.
Yeah,
That's the word.
I got a backwards one for you. When the Eagles went to the Super Bowl in Minnesota, and my buddy Anthony called me. He's like, dude, I'm going out. His sister-in-law works for the Eagles, and he got tickets. He and one of his sons were going out. So they go out, do all the pictures. I had to come home early because my father-in-law passed, whatever. But the Eagles wind up winning the Super Bowl. Anthony's there, became a big part of his life. He was a little bit sick then. Well, that was February 4th. He wound up dying exactly 5 years later. On February 4th, he died. And we were all like, when we got word that, we had seen him a couple of days before. But when we got the word, we were like, son of a bitch, he did it. He died exactly when he wanted to, February 4th.
It's a great topic, Pat, because it just does bring – it's different, and it's different for everybody.
Yeah, I think
it's different for everybody has their own –
everybody has one or two or three or multiple.
You didn't have a sibling.
I did not. When my parents told me, they said, no,
can't do any better than that.
We don't want to test that water.
I love my brother, but my brother in his days had a little Joel Embiid in him when he was younger.
You got hurt a lot?
Where he loved to troll people.
Oh.
And the Eagles went to the Super Bowl against the Oakland Raiders. And what does Doc come into the house with but a Oakland Raiders hat? The time between the Super Bowl and that, just to wear a Raiders hat around town just to piss people off. And my dad was having none of it. Take that off. Take that off. And literally he went and bought a Raiders hat just to piss people off.
I would have been like your dad.
And he's like, take that off.
There's a time and place there, bud.
Just take it off. But he wore it all around town just to piss people off. And then he became somehow he was like, oh, I'm a Bruins fan too. And then he had Bruins hat for something at some point. He was just doing it just to be a D.
Big PJ
just
Stock
to be
fan.
A D. Just to get that kind of thing.
Big Byron Defoe fan.
So there we go. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. And for details, go to Bagster.com. Oh, Pat, he's one of the bad people. So in football season, he's a Penn State fan. And in basketball season, he's a Villanova fan.
Yeah.
Can't keep it straight. Yeah. So Flyers have 2 matinees this weekend, speaking of the Flyers. The Rangers, Saturday afternoon. Pittsburgh, Sunday afternoon. You can hear all the action right here in your flagship station, 97.5 The Fanatic. And great news for scoreboard watchers like me, and Haley brought it up to me too. Devils lost last night. What's wrong?
No, that's fine.
Oh, okay. You done?
Huh.
Okay.
What's wrong?
No, Pat was catching up on all his hockey scores. And when I went in earlier, he was watching that game. He watches a bunch of games.
I'm sorry, Pat.
But no, it's over.
Don't worry about it.
You're good.
Devils lost last night. Got their backsides kicked. That's great. The Islanders lost. So you got that. Now there's a 3-way tie, 7 points behind the Flyers. So it's just important to not wet your pants. You're up by 7 on 3 teams. Don't wet your pants. Carolina scored with 15 seconds to go in a scoreless game. They score to win a game last night. You're probably not going to catch the Canes for that second spot where you'd have home ice advantage in the playoff series if you got it. So you just want to stay ahead of the Islanders and the Devils and Washington. They're all tied now. 60 points, 7 points behind you. Now, they got some games in hand, so you do not want to give it away. 2 big games this weekend. The Rangers is a tough test. And Pittsburgh's a rather clinging to life playoff team.
Yeah, and that's always a tough game when you go into Pittsburgh. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, doesn't matter the standings, the teams. It's usually just a tough game.
Nasty.
I'm looking forward to that Rangers game tomorrow. I think I'm going to go over.
I think you should.
Go over and watch that, see what's what. I find this Flyers team really entertaining. I really do.
I'll tell you one thing, and I just want to make a point of it. The Flyers being one of the best road teams in the NHL is a great sign. That was a sign of hearing coaches in the league talk about it is when you see a young team and you see a young team that can go and win on the road. the Flyers are winning at a 67% clip on the road.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
There is some. I saw a number yesterday. I think Ersan is in his last 30 games, 24 of them, he's given up 3 or less goals.
He's been fantastic.
He really has, and you kind of. I told you it was my. It's kind of my focal point. Is he going to be able to last? Came in here, he's supposed to be a backup. Now he's the number 1 guy, a rookie on a team making a playoff push that never was expected to do so. How does he handle it? All part of the foundation, all part of the building, and that's great. So we'll see how he handles that number you just threw out there, John. Yeah, for a young team that's trying to be up and coming.
And 5 on the road.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
Terrific.
Hey, Wade joins us. Wade, good morning. You're on the Fanatic. Hi, Wade.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good, buddy.
I just want. I heard you talking about the Super Bowl. I have a great story for you. My wife, now she was my fiance back at the time when the Eagles did the Super Bowl run. She didn't know football. She didn't like football, and I introduced her to the sport. And once the Eagles won the Super Bowl, she literally hugged me and turned to me and said, "Man, I really like this football."
Oh, now how is she now? Now how is she now compared to that night?
She still likes it, and she supports me. She's on the phone a little more. But I was trying to tell her, like, this is, like, literally the first time in my life the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It was the first year. She's like, oh, I love this sport.
See? She only invested in a short time. I've said it before. When I talk to my daughter, I'm in Vegas. My wife and daughter call me, FaceTime me, and they're both crying. And my daughter's words, she just goes, Daddy, Daddy, they finally won. They won the Super Bowl. And I said, the first words came out of my mouth is, and you're only 14.
Yeah.
That's what came out of, like, some warm family moment. I'm pissed that she only had to wait till she was 14 to see the Eagles win. That's the first thought that came into my mind.
No Father of the Year for you.
You're 14. Oh, my gosh.
I'd be happy.
Yeah.
That she didn't have to do it, you mean?
She didn't have to
sit through the hell?
Sit there, suck.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I'd be. I mean, I understand the gripe a little bit, but yeah, man, I'd be pumped to share that moment.
And Betty calls me, and my mom, who was at the time is 88, I guess, she says, I lived long enough to see this. And she was all choked up. I lived long enough to see this.
Wow.
That was like, she loved seeing them win. She loved it when the whole town when you go into the Acme and everybody's all and the gas stations, like in Broomall where we lived, the gas stations, the Joe's Pizzas, the things like that would all be sort of decorated up. She loved that.
You know it's playoff time when
choked up again.
I am. I can't help it. It's
Super Bowl memories of impregnating your wife is probably getting to you. But go ahead, Pat.
Thank you very much for that. That was fun. So
did she say that?
No, it wasn't fun for her at all.
Good.
But it was quick. So, it's playoff time when you reach the point of Action News interviewing the schools.
Oh yes.
We're at blah 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 middle school. We're at Abbott Elementary, and all the kids there are fired up for the Eagles. They're all wearing the Eagles stuff. Yeah, like that's when it's playoff time, and the city, as you said, gets all around it and all around the teams.
Doc Rivers comes back on Sunday. I heard an interesting discussion on the best show ever about it. And I want to put it to our guys, too. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Up. and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hopefully your Friday morning's going well. Connor Thomas will be in for Andrew in middays. And then the best show ever this afternoon on 97.5 The Fanatic. Heard an interesting discussion the other day about on my way down to Temple to teach that about Doc Rivers coming in this weekend. And I believe it was Ty who had the impression. He goes, I know people are going to want to show up to do it. He goes, but Doc is not boo-worthy. He's not worthy of being booed. And Ricky said, it's sort of like Doc's just there. As far as the when we look back at the annals of Philadelphia history in sports, we will look at Doc Rivers, and Ricky said, yeah, it's sort of like he's just there. And Ty was like, yeah, I don't think he's boo-worthy. What is Doc Rivers' legacy here? Because I got into this with Brendan yesterday at PJ's a little bit. I do not blame Doc Rivers for the fact that Joel Embiid and James Harden went anonymous in the last 5 minutes of a home playoff game when they were leading the Boston Celtics and came up minuscule small. I do not blame Doc Rivers for that. I blame those two gentlemen get 90% of the blame. Doc maybe gets 10. They were in the lead. That building was rocking. You got a chance to close out the Celtics, and you turtled.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Anything you said. I'm not a booer per se, but if I was putting it on the scale, I don't think he's boo-worthy either. I don't. I think he was here for 3 years. It didn't work. He moved on. I don't think he cost them anything. I don't think they were ready to be better than what he had them. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't have many feelings there. And I pined for him to come here at the time when they were looking for a coach. I thought it was a good choice. Doc Rivers is a far different person than the one that I knew back in the early 2010s.
Meaning,
it seemed like he seemed, and maybe it was just Philadelphia. He just seemed to not be that same happy-go-lucky, liked by his players, liked by so many people person, and. We heard the little run-ins that he had with the media here. Now, I never saw that before. And I covered series of the Boston Celtics back in the day, so I was, around them quite a bit. He just seemed different. And,
like he didn't enjoy it?
I had somebody in my ear that said, like Doc took the job in Philly. He was really looking to get away from the game, but he took it in Philly for, I don't know, insert reason here. Maybe that was part of it. Maybe he was looking to get away from coaching. But if he was, he came back to it. Now he went back to it again. So that might not be the case. I don't know what it was. It just seemed different to me. It didn't seem like the happy type of person that I knew before.
If you're I don't think he cost them a thing. I really don't.
No, but you were looking for him to help them get more.
But I don't think he cost them. I mean, I put that on Embiid and Harden, who both literally just disappeared with everything on the line, with a building rocking, home court advantage, and you just nothing. Brought nothing to the table.
Yeah, and then the whole, you got to get him the ball. Stop. We've all played in enough games that if you want the ball, you can go and get it.
Embiid can demand it. Harden can demand the ball.
Exactly.
So can Embiid. It's such a lousy excuse to just put that on Doc Rivers. But Doc Rivers will be back Sunday. You got to get through the Cavs first. That'll be on the Fanatic tonight. So we'll find out what the Sixers have for the Cavs.
I don't feel good.
You don't feel good.
No. Now Kate brought up that DeAnthony Melton, it appears he'll be back. Okay, he hasn't played in quite a long time, so you really can't expect much from him. He does play good defense. The Sixers did have a nice win over Cleveland before the All-Star break, which Kate pointed out. But I don't feel a connection with this team right now. I really don't. Now, they're going to pull out some wins. Like, they could win tonight. They might pull out a win again, down the road against somebody and all that. They're probably, as currently constructed, in my opinion, the way they're playing and the disconnect that I feel, slightly below a 500 team.
Which they've thankfully built up enough wins that should still let them survive. That should let them.
Talking about to me, that's not even really the playoffs. That's just weird.
Well, it's.
I think they're going to be fighting in the play-in if things keep going the way they are.
Whoa. What if Joel's back?
Well, that's all different.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's a back. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like you think they're obviously in a good position if they make it and Joel's back, all bets are off. But I mean, the idea that anybody would point a finger when you're leading a playoff game at home at Doc Rivers first, I think Mark wants to do that. Mark, good morning. You're on the Fanatic.
Yeah. Hi. See,
How you putting it on Doc?
Because Doc, first of all, I'm putting it on all the coaches. Like these were flawed teams. Each year of Joel Embiid's career, he's been playing 4-on-5 offensive defense. With Ben Simmons, he played 4-on-5 every year of his career on offense. With James Harden, he's playing 4-on-5 on defense, and then he's playing 4-on-5 on offense with PJ Tucker. So every defensive rotation, every offensive rotation, they're able to double Joel Embiid on offense, and he has to constantly help out on defense.
Mark. This is the Joel Embiid excuse book. They were winning Game 6 at home. They'd captured 2 wins in Boston. They are 5 minutes away from closing out the Celtics. And Joel Embiid doesn't touch the ball. James Harden doesn't want the ball. I mean, give me a break. Come on, stop with the excuses. They were winning. They were winning the series against Boston.
They're playing a better team, and the better team won. I get it. It would have been a great occurrence if they would have actually beat the Celtics. But ultimately, the Celtics were the better team.
So you don't touch the ball in the last 5 minutes? Give me a break. Come on, Mark.
But leave it up to that. You can't just keep blaming Joel Embiid.
Mark, you have a diary. You got a diary of excuses for Joel Embiid
you can't
in that
blame
situation.
him. Why, Mark? I missed the last part of what you said. You can't blame Joel Embiid. Why?
You can't blame him for the shortcomings of the team throughout his career when he's been going up against better teams with the exception of the Hawks series. Every team that they lost to have been better. They've been losing to the Celtics. The Celtics are a better team. They have better players, and they're a better franchise.
It was Game 6 with 5 minutes to go. You've been through 6 almost completely full games of that series, and you were outplaying them and winning the series. You were right there to win it, and they absolutely turtled. Come on, why are you blaming that on Doc?
Because Doc had PJ Tucker on the court, and he's a liability. That's why. They should have. You give any type of production of someone who can score 8 points on average, and you win. The whole thing, he spent the whole series and never developed one other player that can handle the rock. So
how about take over great players? You have 2 top 75 all-time players on the court. Doc's got them on there. Take the damn game over, Mark. Come on. How is that on the coach? 5 minutes to go. Do you think Kobe Bryant needed Phil Jackson to say to him, okay, this is the time you step up. This is the time to do it. You need to do that. No. Come on. It's cliche to blame. There's always an excuse. And
PJ Tucker only played 20 minutes in that game. I think DeAnthony Melton was on the floor late in that game.
Melton was the one at bad. He had a bad game.
Well, he missed some shots there down at the end. Shot 0 for 4 from 3.
Why is he the one?
My first thought doesn't go to, look, you brought Doc Rivers in here to take you over the top, to get you past that second round, to have that championship caliber type of coaching that you were going to need. It didn't come about. So I understand Mark's frustration. Like, it didn't come about. He didn't do the job that he was brought here to do. First blame of everything, I don't know. That's tough. I understand where you're coming from on that too.
I've never seen top 75 all-time NBA players. You're up at home in Game 6, 5 minutes to go, and both of them go absolutely AWOL? Come on. Don't blame the coach. And enough of you, I know you have the, sort of like Pat has the Jimmy Rollins piece in his wallet.
Just sitting there.
The Joel Embiid excuse book, you can pull it out. There's many things he does can be excused for. Can't be excused for that one. And James Harden absolutely can't either at that point. Let's look towards something smiley. The Phillies, 1,000 miles south. And, Bob, you brought up something in your notes about a process with the Phillies. I sort of get the shakes when I hear the word. But you think this Phillies team appears right on track for what?
Well, if you think about it, like, how do you get to championships no matter the sport? There's usually a building process. Like, Look at the Detroit Lions now. They're in that first year of the building, the building process of getting there. The Eagles seem to have skipped a season when they went from 9-7 with a first-year full-time starting quarterback, losing in the playoffs. You figure the next year you get better, the next year you get even better. Well, they skipped a season, went straight to 14-3, and went to a Super Bowl. But if you look at teams, NBA, Denver's there now, Milwaukee went through it before. It's usually a building process to get to that championship, title. The Phillies are that. Like, they got to a World Series. They got on the brink of a World Series again. Rare is it that somebody, boom, breaks into the playoffs, wins the World Series, and holy cow, there it is. You're going to be there. So if you look at it as a stepping process, like I just kind of laid out in almost every sport, okay, yeah, they went to the World Series. They're doing it kind of half-ass backwards, or ass backwards, I should say, in that they went to a World Series. Then they seemed to falter more last year where they blew a chance to go to the World Series. But they're that World Series experienced type playoff team that if you look at it that way, all right, they're making the process
An
of
ascension.
maybe they know what it takes now to win the World Series. If you look at it that way, I think it's easier way of doing it than being ticked off about the 2 losses over the last 2 seasons.
Braves in 2019 lost the NLDS. Braves in 2020 lost the NLCS. Braves in 2021 win the World Series.
Yeah.
An ascension. Keep knocking on the door. Keep getting there. Keep being in the mix and get that opportunity. They are doing it sort of weird, though.
Yeah, they did
The
it. They
fact
did it
that,
ass backwards. But, if you look at it as it is a process, you do need to learn what it takes to get there. Okay, well, then we can kind of say, all right, they might be on the right trajectory.
I do. The one thing is that I can't get past is the way that in both of those years' losses, you had control of the series. You had 2 games coming up at home, and you just literally go missing in action after playing so well for a month. And it's just that's a really strange thing to see happen in a playoff series to a team. To have it happen twice in a row is a little strange.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. Pat, you're feeling good about where they're at. I mean, I feel better about this team going into 2024 than I did 2022 or even 2023.
I feel way better about this team.
Why?
Yeah, way better.
What's it for you?
Well, the big thing for me is Harper's healthy. And last year, you didn't have that. You didn't know when he was going to come back. Now, he came back way earlier than anyone expected, but this point last year, it was a big question of when he will be back. And can your lineup be good enough to sustain the loss of a Bryce Harper? What does it look like? And then Reese Hoskins goes down. So, yeah, I'm in a way better mental headspace thinking of this team with a healthy Harper, this team with Trey Turner, who hopefully will have the pressure just off him at this point, and be able to ball out. I'm in a good spot as opposed to last year, and then the year before. Obviously, they went on that magical run, but nobody was feeling uber confident going into the season. It was like, yeah, okay, if this breaks that way, and I could see it happening. But this year, it's like expectations are pretty sky high because they haven't had that devastating thing that they normally seem to be dealing with at this point.
When you look at it, it's weird what you said, Pat. Now the pressure potentially off them. The idea of that we dealt with it with Castellanos in 2022. We dealt with it with Trey Turner last year in 2023. We hear now that there are at least rumblings around it that Jalen Hurts was having issues dealing with it in 2023. The big contract in this city does seem to be a recurring theme of an albatross, something that can drag an athlete down. Because we saw it with Nick. We saw it with the people talked about it. Nick, big new contract in Philly, took him time to be able to adjust. Trey Turner, people say the pressure of living up to the contract, and now we're hearing the same thing, whispers around the Hurts camp that, yeah, it was tough. He wants to be so hard on himself and everything. It's a tough city.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, and Bryce Harper, it didn't seem to affect, but he seems to be an outlier anyway when it comes to the mental things. He seems to be really focused in on that stuff. When we had Tim Kirkshian in here, and he just said without a doubt at the time when Trey Turner was hitting 238, I marked it down in my book, and he said he's fine. He's going to hit around 3. He'll hit 300 for the rest of the year, and he did.
And he did.
And he's like, he's just not that guy. He's not that guy that you're seeing so far. Man, if Trey Turner can start this year off and be a 290 hitter all year long,
he should be.
Yeah,
No,
I
you
mean,
know what
that's
I mean?
who
Like,
he is.
He should be.
Think of how much better this team is. You have Bryce Harper, a healthy Bryce Harper, to start the season. JT Realmuto went through some. I read a story on him the other day about his workout regimen and stuff like that.
And the video work. And the video work, too.
Yes. I hate the old, best shape of his life, but I don't think he's going to fall off. As a matter of fact, he worked on his swing. I think he's going to be better. This might be a really good Philly season.
I'm going to tell you, I believe it. And, Pat, you love to look at these numbers and everything and sort of figure it out. I think the Phillies' rotation's better than the Braves. I think they can win this division. I really do. Do I think it's definitely going to happen? No, I'm not going to be, say it with my chest. But I absolutely believe this is a team that when Labor Day comes around, we're still talking about a pennant race, that they can win the National League East.
Oh, I think they'll absolutely be contending. I don't think it'll be a situation like last year. Yeah, I don't think they. I mean, a big reason why I don't think they're to dig themselves a hole is because their early part of their schedule is very, very easy. So I think they'll be up there contending. They should. They've spent enough money to do so. If they're not, something happened. Something went wrong. Some player got injured. Something that you didn't see. As we sit here right now, yeah, they should be contending for the NL East. It shouldn't be the Braves running away with it like they were last year. The Braves' rotation is pretty good, but they don't really have a fifth starter. You expect, though, that the Braves always have some rando guy that just slides in there and ends up looking like a stud. So, but this Phillies rotation's pretty good. And if Christopher Sanchez can do what he did last year, and basically he can't be Bailey Falter. Like Bailey Falter should have taken that fifth starter spot and ran with it, and he just didn't. He didn't look good. So if Christopher Sanchez can,
Do you think he ran out of gas?
no,
Or do you think it was
maybe he's just not that good. And I don't know. He had a good run in 2022 from July to September. He looked really good, and it looked like, okay, this is the reason they drafted him in the 5th round, and he's finally coming into his own, and he's finally able to focus on starting pitching. And he comes into camp last year, and because of the injury to Painter, he was handed the spot. Like, all right, it's yours, and he just didn't do anything with it.
He got
so,
the Nakobe Dean anointed?
I don't look at it like he was anointed, because his 2022 I thought warranted him being the 5th starter.
Right.
But he just didn't do anything with it, and then now he's on the Pirates.
Hopefully,
best of luck.
He's somebody that I always liked, though. Like I hope he ends up I hope he ends up doing well. He never frustrated me the way that, except that start. Was it Game 4? Game 4 of the NLCS against the Padres?
And luckily Clevenger was on the mound for the Padres, and he was worse.
He gave 3 right back.
Yeah, and I don't even blame Bailey Falter on that, because he hadn't pitched in a month. So it's like Rob Thompson doesn't use him for a month, and it's hey, by the way, on the road, get out there and get after it, kid. I can't really blame. I think it was on the road.
No, it was at home.
Oh, it was at home. Okay, I can't necessarily blame Bailey Falter for that, because he wasn't in a routine at that point. And it would be similar to, like, if Rob Thompson had used Michael Lorenzen as a starter last year at some random game. It's like, dude, the pitchers are, and Ricky will talk about it, pitchers are creatures of habit more than probably any other sport. And when you take them out of that and you sit them on a bench for a month, then it's, oh, by the way, now get in the mindset
Go throw.
Yeah.
Now we're going to throw you in.
Yeah, it's got to be tough. So luckily, though, as I said, Clevenger was just worse that night.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You know what this is, and I'm getting grief for one of my friends just saying, well, just say it, John. Say it. Don't pussyfoot around it. You either have to say it or you don't say it. I do believe this is going to be. Am I sure they're going to win the division? Nah. Do I believe it's going to be Labor Day and we're talking about a pennant race down the stretch? I think this year's team's going to give us that. Absolutely. And I do think their rotation could be better than the Braves. And I think that the bullpen for the Braves scares me. But lineup, the Phillies lineup should be able to compete with the Braves. Not necessarily power-wise, but they should be able to produce the runs the way the Braves do. We were talking about the Sixers earlier, and Jose wanted to join in. Jose, good morning. You're on the Fanatic.
How you doing, John?
Good buddy.
You guys at Tampa Joe.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Jose. What's up, buddy?
Okay, in regards to the Sixers, I agree with you, John. I was so pissed off the way they played the sixth game and the seventh game of last year. You know, we fans, what we do, we purchase tickets, we purchase, you know, all the wardrobe and all that stuff, and we support, and we know we got a good team. And then the way they played the last two games, now I still haven't watched a Sixers game this year because of that.
You really you've abandoned them?
No, I haven't abandoned them.
Well, if you're not watching the games, you've abandoned them.
Well, you know, I kind of lost interest for now because of what they did, what Embiid and Harden did, and I'm trying to see what they do. And then they picked up Lowry, and to me, he's short. And we lost, you know, Beverly when he was a great defensive player. So I'm like, you know, I'm just trying to see what's going on, and I'm anticipating the Phillies.
Now wait a minute, though.
You're wearing Phillies gear.
You're talking about Beverly. I thought you didn't watch him.
Yes.
So how did you see Beverly?
No, in the beginning.
You watched and then you gave up. Okay, I got you. Hey, maybe we'll see you in Tampa. We may see you in Tampa next year. Who knows? Back down to Tampa during football
I like
season.
Tampa, sure.
It's
Why
always
not?
beautiful. Tampa Joe's is a great spot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lots
That's
of fun.
Fantastic spot.
Yeah.
I just think there's players that we don't want to rip. And a lot of times, there's if someone's going to blame Doc Rivers, it's easier for someone to blame Doc Rivers than to say, you know, Embiid really did come up small. And I'm glad to hear Jose say it. It's the truth. It was a really bad moment. There are a lot of excuses that can be made for deficiencies around teams that Joel Embiid was a part of. A lot of excuses. But that one is not. I don't believe that game 6. That's one of those games I'll be able to replay that, being in that building, feeling that energy for 10 years from now.
You know, you're up 2 with 6 minutes to go, and in the final 6 minutes, your 2 stars in Embiid and Harden shoot 0 for 5 from the floor. And in that time frame, you get a P.J. Tucker throwing up a 24-footer.
Melton took up a couple.
Melton, yeah, you had a turnover by Harden. Melton missed. It was bad. Now, look, when you say that, people can say, well, why didn't the coach, you know, time out, let's regroup here and get yourself a bucket? Yeah, Doc Rivers didn't do that either. You know, but to say that Embiid didn't get the ball enough or Harden didn't, well, that's on them.
Okay, I mean, seriously. Kobe, Shaq, Jordan, LeBron, give me a break. They like guys, they demand if you're a top 75 player of all time and a playoff series is on the line and you got your home court behind you, demand the ball. Demand Rand and then demand the ball. You can do both. You can still a lot of demands.
Absolutely.
Can be made out there if you want to do it. So, the Phillies baseball. Will you be watching, Bob, this weekend? First spring training. Are you put your not appointment or how's it work?
No, not an appointment. Like if I'm around, sitting around, yeah, I'll throw it on. Like I said, I think I might be going to the Flyers game tomorrow, so that'll take away from watching tomorrow. But yeah, it's just like baseball anytime in spring training. If I'm sitting down and I'm around and they're on, sure, I'll put it on. If a Wheeler is starting or something like that, might I adjust my day so I can see the first couple innings of him pitching? Sure. But, yeah, nothing more than that.
Pat, have you ever done the spring training? I don't even know.
I did it once. It was cool because the weather sucked here and it was nice down there.
Was it a family, like you and your dad or anything?
It was a fantasy baseball league.
What?
Yeah, we had the draft down in Clearwater, and I went to a couple games.
Seriously, so your fantasy draft?
Yeah, my fantasy baseball league.
That's a great idea.
It would be, but I don't like 90% of the league, so. Yeah.
Don't ask them.
Yeah,
you don't like the people you play
I've heard this story so many times.
It's not a good story, but I don't like the majority of the guys in the league.
And how long have you been in this league?
Oh, God, probably 2008. I joined.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I can't stand these people.
This is like a Seinfeld episode.
He's so weird.
Like you. All right, tell me. Give me one gripe you have with the people that this axe that you're grinding.
They're the whiniest group of you'll make a trade, and 2 days went by, and then all of a sudden it's this trade isn't fair. Let's discuss.
Oh, whoa.
So it's a dynasty league. So you can, it's an auction. You throw out a player for money and you can sign guys for a contract. So when your team sucks, you start trading off your good players for cheap talent that you can sign to a later date. I got screwed out of Aaron Judge because guys figured that my trade wasn't kosher enough for them. and they started whining about it. And yeah, it's that.
But you
that's one
stay.
example.
But you stay with
I do
these people.
I love the makeup of it. Like I love how the league is run. Like I like the auction angle of it. I like the difficulty of running an auction and budgeting your money and all that. Now I'm not good at it. Like so
Have you ever won?
No.
How do you bid? Do you bid in 50-cent increments?
You do 10 cents up
10?
until you do. I'm sorry. So you do 5-cent increments up until $1, and then it's $1, $10, $20, $30.
Oh, okay.
So you kind of just throw out a player. I will routinely just throw out Mets. So I'll throw out every Met I can think of just to because I'm not going to bid on those guys. So I'll throw out a Met, and then I'll try to get everybody else's money down. And then when a good player that I want comes around, you bid aggressively.
Man, I tell you, that's a good axe to grind.
It's cool.
Yeah,
but
and you stick with them. You hate them so
I
much,
can't
but you
stand
still
them, yeah.
stick with them.
Okay, yeah. The last time I was down there, I ended up leaving. I didn't tell anybody I was leaving. And I was walking through the living room, and they were all getting ready to go to dinner, and they're like, "Where are you going?" I was like, "Home. See ya."
Really?
Got in an Uber, and yeah, I mean, my flight was that night. It wasn't like it wasn't playing, but I was like, I'm not hanging out with you, JOs. I don't even like you guy. So to do the whole fake act that I see these guys twice a year, and we're gonna act like we like each other and we're friends. We're not. Well, my best friend is in the league, and my uncle's in the league. So I like two
Why
guys.
couldn't you have gone to dinner with them?
I did end up going. Like most
So
of the
they
time,
walked
I would
out
avoid.
with you?
Yeah, the one time my best friend dragged me out to a bar with them, and you got like, I'm usually not crowded.
You're not into
So
that.
anyway, so we get drug out there, and one of the guys made a snide comment of like, "Oh, he finally decided to show up," and I said, "Yeah, cool, man. Hey, do you guys know where the bathroom is?" "Oh yeah, it's over there." And I walked out and called an Uber. Went back. I'm like, I'm not hanging out with you guys.
Irish accent.
It was
you go.
great. Yeah.
I couldn't you. Never mind.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
gonna-
no,
I was
yeah,
going to say,
it's-
couldn't you just start one of those leagues up here and
When you
find
find
10 people?
It's not.
I
It's
think
not
we
as
could have done
easy
it.
as you think,
When
man.
you
to, like,
find
just-
Connor and Vito,
No, because it's not as easy as you think to like find guys to dedicate the time, and then like when guys drop out, you got to
Stat
find somebody
Menard.
else. This is the league that the other last game time we did. Stephen LaRude's name came up.
yeah.
And he was one of the guys in the league, but I didn't really know him too well.
Hey, Fanatic Fridays are presented by Pump Man Philly.
Pump, 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 pump.
For 24/7 emergency repair or pump replacement, count on Pump Man Philly, the guys to know to fix your flow. So, the NFL Scouting Combine begins next week, known as the Underwear Olympics. And our own Andrew DeCecco will be there from Inside the Birds, too. We'll be checking in with him next week from Indianapolis. And I figure, corners, linebackers, what's he really watching? Tackles on the
Safeties.
offensive side, safeties. So DeCecco has his marching orders. He's heading out there. You'll hear his content next week, and we look forward to that. It should be a great, great week. I know Connor's going to try to entertain you next. Him and Silvana got some good stuff going in for Andrew. And then the best show ever today at 2 o'clock. Don't miss a minute of it. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Pump Man Philly, and make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR, because cancer research saves lives. Little fun today going to the doctor. Afterwards, the physical with a new doctor.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not always fun.
Why?
Moon River, you don't want that. It's part of it. Hey, look forward to talking to you on Monday. Have a great day. Stay with the Fanatic all day long.